Max-Migold Facility Management Free Training Giving Back Series.
And answer the question, okay? And then 3, we will now, once the training is over, we'll load everybody who have been present in the post and registered on the learning management system, where a full version of a brief version of the training will be made available to you for free. You will go through it again, and then you will do a quiz, a very short quiz that tries to check that you understand what has been learned, right? And once you do that, you will get a certificate email, and you will get an email for the subscription, so that you can display it and say, I was a Max-Migold at the beginning of the year, I got certificates, I learned this, I learned that. The last thing we ask of you to do is this. You know, when we invest so much, you won't believe what we have done in this University of Lagos campus. You know, this is a building belongs to the university. And you will hardly go into any university classroom and see something like this. This room, if you were here at that last week Monday, you won't believe what it has come to. We went through very great lengths to put together what we are saying. A huge investment. We also go through very great lengths to put together the content that we dish out. And for me, starting to teach a free program is a huge investment for you. For free. You know why? You will ordinarily pay at least $2,000 to have me teach you one day in front of you. And I will tell you what qualifies me to do that. Not because I'm a lecturer in the master's program in the University of Lagos. That pays very little. Based on that, I'll probably be able to charge like 50-100K today, right? But I teach on the international faculty of the International Traffic Management Association as a facilitator for the FMP, the FM professional certificates or credentials. I teach on the FM Essentials certificate program. I teach on the Certified Facility Managers program and the FM Lens program. And if people who take those certifications know what they pay to the organizations where they take those certifications, and those organizations have to pay me well enough to make me able to teach them. And across the continent that we speak, we don't have my number 2 who can teach all at the same time. We have other instructors who can teach a couple or one or the other. But over the last 12 years, I have acquired the experience and the license to teach all of the FM credentials globally. So you're having me for free. And one last note, Max-Migold pays my salary, right? Max-Migold is online on Facebook, on Twitter, on Telegram, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. You can do one thing for us. Go on all of these 6 social media platforms, connect, engage, follow Max-Migold, right? We're going to have a break for that, specifically where you're going to log into your social media platform, look for Max-Migold, connect, and follow. And on Google, we like 5-star reviews. If we do well, don't give us 4-star or 3-star. If we don't do well, just leave us alone. I will ask now, so that you don't go there and say, Mr. Paul, try, let us do 3-star. It's only 5-star or no star. Or no star. No, that's where we are right now. So you can still do with your stars. Don't bother to give us a review. And please, when you put a review on Google, try to put a comment. It's important to whoever sees your review to hear from you. Are we together? When you put a review, it tells of an impression, a perception of the quality, isn't it? So that's what it starts on. But what specifically are you recommending about Max-Migold? What are you specifically saying we are good at? What are you specifically saying you got? Okay? 1 or 2 statements is fine. Let it be there. Because what that does is it helps us to let the other people know when we invite next time, they won't take our invitation for granted. I will assure you, today, people who were given 10 o'clock invitations, they will arrive at 1 o'clock. I hope to have a watch. There will be people who will come here by 1. hoping to have a seat in this president. But we have got to a point where we make our word our own and make big good value to the extent where we hear our invitation and we know we're going to deliver on time and deliver before. All right, so please we'll get to that at that point. But what I want to drive into right now is the first main lesson for the day. I'll need to have my slide up. Yes, question, please go ahead. Yes, that's a good point. Can you take a new page? Notification to that device. Okay, so in this building, you have that's like the basic. I've trained about 500 people through the FNP and about 200 in the CFM. In fact, before I started teaching the CFM, we had only about 20 CFM holders in Nigeria. Right now, we're keeping almost 100. This year alone, I did about 30 CFM, so we're going. And globally, outside the United States, Nigeria is the highest of certifications outside the United States. So that's the making progress. And I'm going to give you, a lot more in terms of motivation to want to move your career in the right direction. You know, some people start a career by accident. If we do a small code, I also did assistant management at the university. Just raise your hand if you. The answer will be absolutely no. Right? Except you did it in the UK or in the US, then I would have found one or two isolated cases. That's the great management. But you know what? They will likely not be around because management is a prestigious profession. Prestigious for two reasons. One, the built environment will always need to be managed professionally. You agree? Always. Now, but while you have 1,000 people in the building profession, you have one person in the management profession. That's the ratio right now. So project managers, architects, design team, QS, asset managers, we are all the 1,000 and there's one FM. Now, but look at where the keys go. When they all finish building, someone has to manage it, isn't it? And then they build another one, somebody has to manage it. If they finish building all the spaces on earth, what will happen? Their own professions will dwindle. The FM profession will keep growing until it plateaus and becomes stable forever. It's actually an irony that we don't have a starting program for FM, and that's what Max-Migold is trying to do. When we started out the FM Massacre diploma 5 years ago, it was in a bid to take all of this small training that we have 2 days, 3 days that we are used to, and get them into a proper professional program, run in classes for 3 months, do projects to add experience and implementation of what we've been taught, and do an exam that shows that you really imbibe the principles that have been taught. In those days, we go to companies to say, please allow our graduates to come and serve as interns. We want them to get experience. We want them to show you what is being taught. So we go applying and then we say, oh, bring 5 of them, let me select one. Bring 10, let me select one. All that stops in 2019. Because when we put out a call for interns to submit to us, so we can send to companies for selection, we find one or two. So we no longer do broadcast. It's only companies who are well connected to us that we just send and say, oh, we have 4. Which one, how many do you want? They say, we'll take all of them. And if they do their work as interns for 6 months, they are all abroad. That's where we are now. So we have moved away from that. Please, we have a time looking for work. So please, we need to be frontline to receive your graduates. And then we've done a study of all the disciplines we study. If you study engineering, read the hand of university. Okay, and all types of engineering, whether it's material, fabrication, electrical, mechanical, all types. I used to have full of engineers. Okay, thank you. I'm more encouraged. Management, any kind of management. Fantastic. Accounting, add yourself to management. Fantastic. Okay, humanities, sociology, education. Fantastic. Sciences, chemistry, physics. Fantastic. FM is a broad range. But let me tell you one thing about the career. If you step out of university today, and you and your colleague came out as graduates, engineers, or any of these fields that I just talked about, and one went to get a job with a profession, a company in that same discipline, and the other took the facility management training and entered as facility manager. In 24 months, he will be earning twice what the other man is earning. In 24 months. Shocking, right? But that's the reality. I was going into my class in Unilife last year. I met my senior in school. He was coming into class. I'm like, oh, long time, I'm there. You're going to, oh, I'm going for this master's program. I said, I'm going to do it, but I'm the teacher. He said, you are the teacher of the master's program. I said, he's a student of the what? Difference is clear. Your demand is going to be so high. So high. Nowadays, people put out adverts for FNs and they say, oh, salary is 70K, 80K. Graduates of my program will be angry. Like, why would people tell low salary as a company when you left school? And people you left school with, how much are they earning now? A 70K salary not see everywhere for graduates today. Are there no 70K salaries for graduates today? There's one even. But if you do the FM diploma and somebody says it's going to pay you less than 100, you get angry. You know why? Because you're always feeling the demand, you're always feeling the pressure on you. Somebody takes up a job and calls me and says, it's a follow. I know I'm not belong with this place, but this is what calling me. Did I go and attack? Don't do that. I need to see what value you've added to the one that employed you first. You have to fight. You have to show what you have learned. You have to deliver value before you move on. I keep getting those same kind of calls. I need to move. The money they have for me is too big. How do you expect somebody who started with a program when he was earning 60, 70K? In less than 2 years, arguing between staying for 250 or going for 350. That's not return on investment we thought. We're not talking of annual salary, it's monthly take home. All of a sudden, you don't forget that him and his classmates that came out, they were all 60, 70 before he came here. Now he's arguing whether Mr. Paul, leave me now, let me just go. 350 is too much. How can I deny it? I said, no, don't go. Mind that they are begging you, who was 72 years ago. So that's the reality of our industry. So I just want us to have that open mind. I heard some people coming to say, oh, Mr. Paul, I've been following you since 2017. I've just decided now, I have to take it now. And I'm like, wow. 2017 to 2022 is how many years? 2022 is how many years? 5 years. You know where you would have been by now if you didn't just follow me with mouth and eyes. If you are taking action then, where you are now, would have been completely different story. But again, the same taste of the pudding can be same. Many people don't know the value of the academic texts. All right, now we go on screen. If possible. You download it. Okay. Okay, let's take a quick break and allow just come over 6. put them down and then bring them in. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. FMP, yeah, FMP. CFM, Certified Facility Manager, or Multi-Management Professional FMP, which will have the advantage over the other. And I try to use as high as my hand can go for CFM, and as low as my hand can go for FMP. That's the reality. I don't think I can find an FMP right who doesn't earn at least 50K per month. And it's very rare to find a CFM who doesn't earn at least 800 per month. Very rare. Are we together? Very rare. Except you just go to certification and you don't learn what to do. We don't just teach you to pass exams. We share with you life experiences and give you 2 tools and tips to actually succeed at the job. A few CFNs and FMPs of the previous era. By the way, FM diploma is very unique because of its scope, very expansive and energy certification. Okay, but quite a few people who had certification in the past, but they didn't learn the secret strategy for navigating the workplace that will give to you in the FM diploma. So you hear the FM arguing with the bosses at work. One actually came to me and put a story about how he felt it was right and the boss was wrong. When I told him that the boss can never be wrong, he was shocked. Like, no, but see, I've analyzed these, I've put the numbers together, and I think I am right. I said, no, boss cannot be what? Wrong. I will teach you the principles of relationship management that will drive you to the top. I'm teaching you will learn from the FMC diploma. If you are not on the table, you are in the main. You are not on the table, you are aware. Decisions are being made about you and being imposed on you. But what does it take to be on the table? That's the cocoa. That's the cocoa. When the bosses will call and ask your opinion, you have arrived. If you are still one of those that when you find a challenge, you're solving a problem, you will hide the challenge until the last minute. So that you won't go and mistakenly see there was a challenge and people don't give you a solution, then you now have work to do. Did you get that? You know, if you say, oh, I couldn't cross. You say, oh, don't worry, just take this wood and put it there and then step over. You'll be like, I have to do it, isn't it? If that's your mindset, you see where you are now. Of course, deceiving ourselves when we say we want to rise. We will not be able to do the things that will help us rise because we like the soft life. The life does not require you to think, does not require you to act beyond certain measures. That is not going to move you up. Chance, by any chance, no, please, that's the last one. Finally. Now we're sharing that. Yeah. Where is my key on this side? Where is my key on this side? I tell you the people who come by one. Okay, so let me quickly deal with that before I get into the basis cost that is still downloading, just 34%. This part is what I call the leadership and workplace training part. Have you ever had a bad boss? I've had a bad boss. Be honest with yourself. I've had a bad boss. I've had a bad boss. I've had a bad boss. Be honest with yourself. Raise your hand up. Let me see. I've had a bad boss. All right. Good. Now, tell me, what made you think or feel that your boss was bad? I need five from here.
Good morning, boss.
Good morning.
Actually, what made me complete like that was because honestly, that would make for followers.
He let you take the beating. All right. For faults of yours or whose fault?
Anything arise.
Anything that right, just let you take the beating. Yes, you. They listen to you. You just want your ways and say, forget you, you don't know anything. All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir. He won't teach you. He will hold the information and dish it small by small. So you don't get too wide there. If you get wide, then it's a problem. Not this way. Yes, more. Yes, please.
In my own case, if there is a problem and we provide a solution, he will continue with his own solution. At the end, when he finds out his own solution is not working out,
Before you blame you again. Or you come back and do your own.
come back to it, and by then it is too late.
That one the manageable boss, let me see. Oh, yes. What do you want me to do? You go and make your own. How much can you see? All right, what if I told all of you were wrong? You all had me possible. Tom said, isn't it?
Yeah.
What if I told you were all the guilty parties in every instance? Hard to take, right? But that's true. That's true. I'll break it down. Please. In every career, every job, every organization, they have the accountable party and the responsible party. So, which one is superior between accountable and responsible? Accountable. Tell yourself, this is one smart guy. Is that a class? Accountable is superior, right? Now, what does responsible do? What is responsible? Accountable. I need the hand up. Responsible. Yes, please. The one who directly does the task, isn't it? And then accountable is the immediate boss who received the report. Why do we say one is superior than to the other? The accountable party is the one that takes the hit when the job is not well done, isn't it? Takes the gain or the benefits when the job is well done. But you know how most people work? They are responsible. They know. But they want to evade the blame when the job is not well done. And they also want to take the credit when it's well done. Who thinks it's not like this? From your depth of your heart, tell me if you are not like this. If things fail, show me some understanding. I tried. Am I correct? Show me some understanding. I mean, for people to say I showed up. I won't even give you this level of commitment you are seeing from me, and then something fails and you are trying to burn me for it. We go on the offensive. That's point one. When I tell you are all, when you say you have that. So step one, so you never ever have a bad boss again in life. Be truly responsible. I'll get to you. Be truly responsible. And what that means is learn what you need to do to deliver results. Forget the activities and the tasks that lead to the result and focus on what? The result. That's step one. Many of us are too focused on answers. They said I should do it this way. I know it will not work, but I went on to do it that way and said, is that what you asked me to do? Is that what we do? Step one, you never have a bad boss ever in your career again. If you learn to become truly responsible. Because you focus on results. If you're ever given an assignment, you will ask, what do you expect out of this assignment from me? I've heard what you asked me to do, but what do you expect from it? I want to own your expectation, put it in my head, so that while I'm doing it, I'm focusing on getting that result. This will change your career completely. I call this two principles the holy grail of career growth and increase in your work. That's the first one I just gave you. It gives you a sense of ownership. You're a digital marketer. I've posted. You know what your boss pays you to do. Someone chase the clicks, chase the shares, contact the people, ask them why you're not buying, get sales and show the money. Not that I've done the graphics, I've posted. Excuse me? Is that how what's going to pay your salary? No. Why are we posting in the first place? To get results, isn't it? When I've done my bit, and then what time? Mrs. Jane has not done her own. Mrs. Jane, I'm fine now. So we never reach the end of this road. I just did my own part. Is there anything that I can do more so you can move it to results? But I need to see results. If you are not seeing results, if you are not showing results, you are a bad employee. You don't have a bad boss. You don't have a bad boss. You are a technical employee. Who knows how to take the steps and the actions that needs to go well. There's a puzzle, and we are all pieces in the puzzle, right? I know that I'm a piece in the puzzle, but I don't know the big picture. Can I ever be good? Can I ever be good? No. Ownership requires you to know what the big picture. So you have a question about this first principle? You have taken that. Fantastic. I'll give you two. And this one is way more important than number one. Never ever take credit for something. Never ever take it. Don't aspire to it. Don't covet it. Don't dream it. Don't hide it. What credit for the success belongs to who? Your immediate boss. Shocking, isn't it? I give you these two as simple formulas. I've got bosses sending me lists of looking fire to edit, to remove who I want to remove in my career. Tell me the whole list. Want to remove 6. Who do you want us to remove? Once I choose, that's the final list. We discuss an entire strategy session in the night between 10 and 11 a.m., 11 p.m. In the morning, everybody comes as management to discuss. I'm not even there. And we're all deliberating and discussing. I have already put into the head of my boss before we come in the morning. All of you are coming, they are all strangers. You arrive at that point. Never ever take credit. Don't protect credit. While you are taking the blame for your failures, you are ascribing your success to your boss. You see, I'm an engineer, and then she's a sociologist now. I don't know what she wants to tell my friend. And she will not try to guide me and micromanaging me, telling me what to do. I tell you, better leave your ears more than your mouth. And it's little of your brain, because right now you're not using anyone at all. And you just mouth. Shut up, listen, and process. Until you find the why of your bosses, you cannot know what results you didn't take it. So your boss tell you this way. Keep asking what question. Keep gathering more information, asking to know exactly why the boss is doing that. Many of us have preconceptions, stereotypes. I know why he's doing this. He's feeling inferior. He's feeling has a personality conflict. He's feeling like I'm too knowledgeable. I'm challenging the position. I say, yeah, dig your grave. What even told me that the chairman likes coming to him to discuss with him and like bypassing the boss. I think you are finished. You don't know what you are doing. Chairman pass, come meet you. And that boss that he's passing, you are not signed the boss. You are finished if you are see yourself that way. I'm in the good books of chairman. Therefore, I should continue to set up my boss and keep playing with my chairman. I'll say, well, chairman directly. Resign and run. The chairman really loves you more. What would they have done? Start the boss and make you the boss. Well, I'm making to leave you down there and start using you to fool yourself. You know what you want to get. Who's going to be the only loser? You, what the boss and chairman will get what you want. Sorry, they happen to me. So don't get lost in that. So when something good happens, let's start with something bad. Something bad happens. Well, no. I learned some big lessons from them. I'm going to do it the next time. It's me. No one else. Something good happens. Wow. The direction and wisdom of my boss is spectacular. If not for the direction and wisdom, I wouldn't have had the slightest idea how to achieve it. You dream up a very fantastic idea, it's not a problem. And that fantastic idea, you want to present it to the boss, to the company. Instead of coming up in management meeting, surprise the boss and everybody to say, sir, I have this fantastic idea, you are too much. Don't do that. Call your boss aside. I know you won't talk something. Can you say you can develop it and present it? But the way it comes from you, it will be taken with more. Even though you know that if the boss presents it anyhow, the way he or she normally does, they will shoot it down. You will perfect it. Don't forget to keep that. Like I said, this part of the event. Don't do that. You are raising his credibility. Even if the boss is a washout boss, the one that wants you don't wake up thinking today. You know, there are some people that the number is not think. You know, they think like, the Lord switch on brain for here. Right? You prepare that person. Informally, meet, interact. When it goes, now, watch this. This is where the truth happens. And then when they now accept it, not start training your boss. This transformation has saved us 40 million. Fantastic, please. Everybody give a lot of applause to Mr. John. And you know, you didn't mention my name. Yeah, give yourself into but be the first person and to shout. Because if your boss smells discontent, the smallest one, your beam of smile no wide as the white before. Those white small, but you don't do you write your name down. Let me tell you how you look there from that time. You bring a good idea, you like the idea. What does it do on it? The test must not be tracked because you're not perfect. So you're a superstar. You'll be counting all your errors now from now on. Any small thing you book, bam, we'll put out a CMM. After much cat and mouse, which you cannot win by any chance. So somebody's above you, saying signatures above you, isn't it? You can't win that fight by any means. You don't run away, they will move you away. Those bright ideas that you thought were going to shine, they will not bring them out one by one. After implementing them, when you're lying somewhere. Engineers where this particular one year I'm giving, engineers are full in the engineering industry. Engineers are not full of themselves. They're like, we are no. What do you know? Calm down. Calm down and learn. Because what you know as engineers is how and what. You don't know why. Which is superior? You don't know why. A dummy boss knows why. You are the experts in how and what, but how and what are subordinated to why. I give you a scenario. The boss says, it's better we go around like this to come and fix something here. You've done the measurement. Round like this is 30 meters. And like this is 15 meters. No, boss, no. Let's not waste energy going around 30 meters. There's 15 meter walk. And the boss says, I'll take it. But you know what? Let's go this way. How should you go this way? Walk or run? Run so fast that you will get here faster than wherever I went to. That's significant. Yes. Because you only want to put your boss right. You know that some bosses, after you run the race, cut your breath last minute and as if you just strolled in and you say, this was really fast. They will still catch you. I say, this guy is helping me. He knows what he's doing. A sharp guy. You build loyalty, you build credibility, and you build trust. Without loyalty, credibility, and trust, you can't lie. You know why? They are always having your discussion when you are not there. You don't agree? Your discussion is always being had when you are not there. So even if you are not on the table, when your menu item pops up, you have a representative in the table. And the most credible representative you will have is what you even if you have the chairman on that table, you can voice a counter idea about you. Other committee members will say, but he's not expressing him on every day now. That must be him. Do you understand what I'm saying? So take your career seriously. Two things I've tried to achieve this morning is one, emphasize how important practice management is. The demand is huge and rising. In 2021, I predicted that there's going to be a scarcity of urban professionals. It's happening almost immediately. We don't send out interns for the of things and beyond. Nobody was able to do it. We had people, in fact, FM salary has just risen. We'll do a benchmark for this soon. We'll do another, we'll come back to you and say, okay, tell us how much we're earning 2020, 2021, 2022. It will be a 4-year or 5-year projection. You'll see how your salary has risen. And then we'll add all the things you have trained and learned through the year. You will find that those who went on to do trainings in safety, project management, they are very important. Human resources and so on and so forth, right? Their salaries have increased arithmetically. You know what that means? The linear progression. For those who are taking certification in facility management, their salaries have gone geometrically. You will hardly see anybody that does not have a 1.5 to 2 points in every 12 months. Hardly. We struggle with it now. Even me that help people to get those salaries, I can't afford it anymore. People doing the job with 120. Within 3 months, I already found an increase for them because they will leave. Oh, for real. Now we Max-Migold for 3 months, and people think you are not good. The system process, they don't phone them. Hello, how much are they paying this? You just making mention, they just don't money for you. That's the reality. Because they know that if you're working under a master, you know something, isn't it? Yes. And you can bring that idea to us. So I have to deal with what I'm creating. People want to earn double. I also want pay double if I have to employ them, isn't it? Yes. But I like the growth. I like the chance of such growth. Because what drives me, what has driven my entire career for the last 5 years is the maximum impact to the most number of people. Maximum what? Impact to the most number of people. I didn't change the money route. I have friends that are already running contracts that are 1 billion, $500 million in turnover in a year. I could have run that route. But I said, I want to build the industry, I want to train, I want to consult, I want to find solutions for energy. By the way, that those are one of the things we do. We find solutions for energy efficiency. And I'll talk about that in a bit as well. Because some people just don't realize where the industry is going right now. And I will tell you what are front end things that we're trying to solve. I said I want to do that. And I started doing training. If I put the count of those who are in today's training in, we should be talking about 4,600 in 2016 when we started doing training program. We should be hitting about 5,000 trained people by this year, which is a good number. Because by the time we are at 10,000, we would have barely scratched 2% of the stock of FNs in Nigeria. 2%, by now we are at 10,000. And that's our first goal. So by 2025, we have trained 10,000. So that's still scratching possible. And if we get the right kind of investment we're looking for, we intend to put all of our training inside the event management system so that we can get even 20,000 people study at their own pace and earn their certificates little by little, where you do on LinkedIn Learning and Coursera and Analysis, right? Yes, you're taking it little by little. You wake up in the morning, you study for 2 hours, and you get one certificate. And even you pick one again, the money you pick one again, before you know what's happening, you file up the whole thing. So that's where we are going with this. Yes, please. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, yes. That's why that question is very important to the next thing we're going to have. Oh, we're already up here. Also test the polls. I want to see if we can do the first poll. The first question. Can you display the link? This first question is just to know who we are, what our backgrounds are, how we got to where we are. What's the first question? Did I go on while you prepare for the poll? Yeah. This is my dream. I can't have a bad call. I don't have a bad person. Who is you? Any kind of boss is a good boss. If you follow my formula, and I gave you 2 solid formula, isn't it? Let me tell you something. Some people will say, "Oh, my husband would have been good if he doesn't drink so much." That when he drinks, he loses his mind and starts doing crazy stuff, isn't it? You know, a good wife can have a serious drunkard. in all his madness. I don't think that's what I'm saying. Humanity. When he wakes up in the morning, he won't even remember that he put himself last night. Because he will be baited and sent it. He will not even know what happened to him. But maybe in his small recollection, you know, when your memory starts dipping into small like another life, you start saying, it looks like I was lying on the ground sometime. I felt waiting somewhere. But it's the man. You're just such a man that, the way I did the way that I leave her, I would die for her. You know why? She has really been. If you ask the wife, if your husband is a bad husband, what would she say? No, my husband, don't go there. The moment, and let me even just draw one striking. The moment you feel that your boss is bad, you have ruined your career. Just that thought. Don't it off your head. Don't it off. That thought, it's a canker one, it convinces you. You know why? You keep having more and more reasons. Why? And your boss will behave exactly as you expect. Just like the mother that calls the child a goat. You see good behavior steady. You may call it karma, you may call it psychology, you may call it whatever, right? But the moment you fill your mind with that's how this person is, your reaction and behavior towards that person will be eliciting that type of behavior. Yes, sir.
Now, we go back because I think I was afraid.
Yes. We expect our expectation, we put it up front. Exactly. Yes. Yes. We are naturally selfish. That's human nature. We see things from our own our perspective. You know what? You don't play last time, kind of argue with anybody again. Don't help me. Trying to convince somebody that the opinion was wrong and that I was right was not helping. So you know what I started doing? I know exactly where you will come from because I now understand you. I can't change you, right? So when I'm going to come to you, I prepare your own package for you. By the time we are done, you will not understand what just happened because you have done everything as I wanted before you know that it has been done. You know why? You know why? Because I will not come to you. I don't think you have an expression of the other expression of unity. I will come from a neutral point where the overall good of the organization is laid at the center. In a way, blackmailing myself to blackmail you. There must be something we both represent, isn't it? Stand there. You never know.
I want to bring a scenario of I didn't have this off. This is one of our most of that. You yes, that's no not like the bad. You might say that's not like bad because I believe that.
Yes. Yeah.
But there's probably about what would I call it? Getting the work done. And that was all about getting the job done. Like you said, it's not a rate set. If you get a set of rate set and it costs this and okay, let me play this scenario. I'm trying to say it domestically. Let me play this scenario. This guy is a follower, is responsible. The other one will have full accountability.
Yes.
Accountability 1, accountability 2.
Okay.
Now, accountability 1 have an issue with responsible. Now, responsible have a great job quite okay, no issue about it. Because he reported Academy 2. Academy 2 reports Academy 1. Now, Academy 2 actually responsible.
Yes.
But Academy 1 has an issue. It's all about the job. He has an issue. And he doesn't need to he doesn't need to like A or B. All he needs to do is job. Are we there? Therefore, at the point we got a point. Academy 1, which is not the second global. He finally issue and decided to find a thing to get out. Now, after the whole, it's our responsibility to go out. Now, the Academy 1, responsible report to was angry that he didn't know what are where fire. He's different sex.
You have to be fired.
No, he left.
And whether he left or fired, he was not. Now, let me explain what just happened. Write down the word alignment. Alignment. No matter how smart or wise you are, you must be aligned with the business strategy and vision from the top. You see, this is the responsible, this is the accountable directly, and this is the one above it. Both of them need to be fun. The same way this guy failed is the way this guy failed. You know why? Why comes from the very top down. How and what can happen to him. So if this guy feels that this person is doing okay, and this guy does not feel he's doing okay, what of them should do? Are we together? Let me go again. If the guy at the top feels like the guy at the bottom is not doing okay, and the person in the middle feels he's doing okay, both of them should go. Sorry, hold on, I'll talk to you. Let me hear from you. It doesn't. Yes.
Then you are free.
Yes. It doesn't contradict it at all.
So if the middle guy,
yes,
which is the direct line manager,
yes,
it's being,
away from the chairman's view.
Then comes directly to you.
Yes. In this case, let me tell you what happened. The chairman decided to spare him, not because he exonerated him. You know what I'm saying? As at the time the chairman is satisfied with this person, I usually will give a story to this guy and a warning to this guy. That's my style. If the person you are managing is failing, I don't come to you and tell you what to do. It's you I tell what to do. It's you that tell him what to do, isn't it? When he is failing, you are the one failing. So the chairman firing him and leaving him was a mistake in the first place. It's either both of them go or he goes first. It's not even him to go first.
Yes, if I understand what is never clear. These are something to do with work. Exactly, because now the responsible and the one at the top have an issue that you have to do.
Okay, it's not dropped
there. So now the one dominated. Okay, not like the issue of not doing about it. But this guy is responsible to the job very well.
That means delay is in trouble. There's a solution for everything. You must not only align, you must be liked. It's called politics is a virtue, not a vice when it comes to working and your career. Politics is a skill that you must have. Politics means that you are liked by those who are setting the direction of the organization. Not only are you aligned, but you are also what? Liked. Let me give you some little explanation. Have you heard the saying that people don't care what you know until they know that you care? They don't care what you know until they know that you care. There must be a reason for them to even listen to you, no matter how good your idea is. If I don't like you, I don't want to hear from you, no matter what you want to say. So if you go step on both toes and say, after all, that is, it doesn't matter. I know if I do my job well, I'll be okay. You'll be out receiving a new song. Guys, exactly. I know that some people say, oh, I don't leak ass, I don't leak boots, I don't talk up to people, I stand on my own. Look, that's not what I'm not giving you anything contrary. What I'm telling you is this. What you present, the ideas you have, is not as important as how they are perceived. And how they are perceived is based on the templates of how you are perceived. Before the scenario, let me just down with that comment. I know a lot, but I want to present it to save the company. If you take my idea now, we're going to make billions this year, right? But after presenting it, I am perceived as arrogant. I'm perceived as dubious. I'm perceived as someone who is self-serving. Because of my antecedent. I've asked that maybe you reach at the friend of the company. Even when you get rich. Take for example, you hear of this case of, we made the country rich because we implemented a PPP partnership where money came from, right? But we also know that PPP partnership brought you so much wealth, isn't it? Are you getting what I'm saying? I was like, hold it, I'm not good at this, going to calm down. What is the need for you first? Because we know the last time we listened to you. It improved though, but we know how much you pack on the side, isn't it? Yeah, have you created another one again? But you want to lose everything. You know what I'm saying? The idea is good, it's undisputable. Will it bring results? I think it might. We agree it will. Because it's coming, it has come from Jimmy now. I think what I'm saying, after Jimmy is the one that brings idea now. We would have known that it doesn't have its own pocket inside, everything doesn't straight, we believe everything right, isn't it? But coming from John, let's go and study it well. So how can you be like? I'll get to that. Let me get the scenario first. I'll come to how can you be like. Please call Emo. He's beginning to forget the time. And I don't know why he's not in this. I gave him a chair. Yes.
I'm living in an organization.
Yep.
And as a person, and
Fantastic.
and after the audit, I was doing with the patient.
Yep.
So in the front scenario now, I will need to carry out the analysis result for my immediate line manager.
Yep.
Then I'll in line with what if I have to be on the good food or the food side of the manager. Then I'll give it to him with order and the words. Give me one or two ideas that I will taking. And before we now present it, to the management. So if that's what we are looking at, or because
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
then
Your boss part of it, you see what you've done, you know. Yeah.
I'm expected to reduce costs.
Yeah.
Ensure efficiency,
Yeah.
and especially in energy consumption.
Yeah.
So now, if I'm not having a discussion with him and how much that that area is a no-go area, and it should be a no-go area. That what I said.
No, hold on. Okay, so there are ethical lines. If it is no area because of strategy, because of corporate vision, because of the chairman of the board's opinion that is setting the vision for the organization, there's absolutely no problem. If it's no go area because there's some chalk inside there, if you touch this side, problem will be. You understand? Look, leave that job. Let me explain this. Let me explain this. We have got to think that we have to compromise our principles everywhere we go. You don't have to compromise your principles. Many of us already don't have principles to compromise. So we are together. So what I'm saying is not for those of us who don't have principles to compromise. Because the next question is, bro, like something there. You know, they draw for boys hand for inside, so that we'll know how we go they work that thing, we will cover our well, isn't it? So we just align like that quickly and play along, right? They are not the ones I'm teaching now. You get my question? So the people I'm teaching now, I don't have the principle to defend. So the first thing you do is, please, I would like to have money to guide my work in this area. Give me some reasons why ABC is like that. Keep questioning and questioning, but in law and gentlemen. Let your concern be born out of genuine commitment to the organization. And if you see something that you not have evidence of an error or wrong or extra crossing the line, what do? You blow the whistle. You go to your boss and say, can I tell you something you cannot quote me? I have some facts, but I think we should look at it. If you think it makes sense, act on it. I don't want to be the one ruffling things here. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't even know whether the person you are talking to is in the tape. Are you know what I'm saying? So if you push that angle up and nothing happens, or somehow it's pushed down and nothing taken seriously, and you think you can still stand because you have a principle, go to the top. And I mean, you can leave your church at Alabama and go and worship in the Ikoyi Baptist Church just to speak with chairman, just to carry the flag with his car. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. But not to discuss with you. Today is Sunday now. Just create a small introduction. You start looking for you. Where is Smart? Where is Smart? In the office, right? You come from wherever. Now lay it out. Let it be him to act on it. And leaders, they know what to do. They won't come out with blades and fire and start firing all your bosses. They need those bosses with all their ego. They need them. They will come out and say, we were appointed an auditor. The auditor is doing that is a lie, that you tell them everything. All the top will come and show. It's you that gave it to him. You know what I'm saying? And while all that is happening, you will not show your hand out. You know that finger you go and show. I've done it. They catch you. Even the chairman will deny you. Yes. And the way you address, yeah, and the other way. When you said there's no budget, you don't then ask big level. Yes. Yes. Because there is what we call yes. 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 You cannot keep burning yourself. Let me tell you something. Let everybody build our career to the point where we have found with it. You know how you know whether you are valuable. You will resign from jobs. I'm not talking of somebody firing you. I'm not talking of somebody edging you out. You, as a matter of principle, move on and you move on to another job. If you are home for 6 months after you left your last job, you're not valuable. They are come for 6 months looking for work, they're not valuable. It's tough. It's tough, but I'm here to serve you hard truth. Let me tell you what makes you valuable. Step 1, you make money for organization. You make so much money with a passion. No matter your organization, church, mosque, bank, make money for organization so hard, so much money that you can even go to the MD and say, "Look, my salary or else." If you're not making money for organization yet, think again. 2, save money for organization. If you are the one that, when you want to go and buy your own onions in the market, you buy it very well. When you want to buy company onions, you say, "Madam, it's cheap like that. And take money on top. And that's you. Just make sure you give me receipts. Or you want to buy fuel, say, give me blank receipts. I'll write it by myself. This is information, you're not buying. And number 3, make and retain customer for organization. Anything you are inside 1, 2, or 3, almost you're not adding any value. Don't kill yourself. I'm the receptionist. Oh, I'm the project manager. Ask yourself, in all the things you do, where in this 1, 2, 3 am I contributing? Let me give you the hard truth. 95% of all Nigerian employees are not valuable. Only 5% are valuable. Do you want to be in that 5%? Yes. Do you want to be that 5%? Yes. Somebody go to me and say, I'm particularly in the bank, they are giving me deposit target. I say, what would they give you before? Expenses target. Or you don't know where the bank gets money from. Why would you get deposit target? You must go and get your colleagues and friends and people in church to come and deposit in your bank. If you want to earn your salary at an FM. Many of them don't know this. But they're not marketers now. Your money will have to come from somewhere, isn't it? If you can't contribute to it, you can't even do well. Anything else. See the girlfriend having been as well. Tell people to, I beg, come on, I want swim. Even driving the one they don't come. You're not retaining customers, isn't it? Yeah. He's pissing them off. He doesn't know how hard it is to bring that customer in the first place, right? So he doesn't know what to do to retain them. So you see how the 1 and 2 and 3 are linked. If anything you do that you are busy to write report on does not reflect anything in this list, you are not adding what value to the organization. I'll even get to how to add value to yourself. That's to add to the organization first. Yes. Yes.
When this debate is stopped,
yes. I want the user please. I want the user to read that info. I want the user to read that email and click on their link. Yes, please go ahead. So he should already know to do that. Because a confidential, how would I put it, whistle you are blowing, isn't it? Most companies nowadays are supposed to have an anonymous line where such things can be dropped. But small companies like us may not have that technology or system in place. So people come and meet me. When you're able telling me, hope you understand, though, I don't want to. I would like you more because you are not trying to piss off your boss. You know, if an employee comes to me and says, because you're impressed as my boss, he's doing so he's doing the company already. Look at evidence of what he's doing. All the language you use for him, now so I will say they look you. No matter how bad you paint him, no matter how much I believe what you said, you are bad enough to run him down in front of me like that. In fact, the last day I fired in 2022, that was a failure. Came to me, ran her boss down. He was eloquent in analyzing where the boss has failed. These are the same things I've given the boss credit for over and over and over. For being a master of your boss's failure, you have to go. practical at the middle, operational at the bottom. At the top, all the why is being answered. At the middle, all the what are being answered. At the bottom, all the how are being answered. If I get the why right, every what and how will align. So what am I going to do? Rise to the top. Don't be content at staying at the bottom. So all the formulas I'm giving you here now is how you will rise to the top. Alignments, supporting your bosses, not looking for credits in your home, right? Make sure your organization, you are valuable to your organization in the 3 ways I mentioned. Now let me tell you the last piece of that puzzle of rising to the top. Improve on your skills every day. I can call it fact in my application. They are not done coding before. I'll say go online and look for a Python script to do ABC. The typical stuff is like, but then look for now, how will you say they want to look for Python script? But I'll just give you an assignment, isn't it? That stuff first like this. I've not done it before. Why are you asking me of something I'm not good? Some people say, I'm not good at. It's that statement, shame it off your dictionary. Nobody was born good at anything. You don't allow Satan to deceive you with I'm not good at. So let that be off. Go and do this. Step 2. Believe in it. Okay, sir. Sure, you won't force me to do with another. You go away. And then you know that I will need it on Tuesday morning. You got the assignment last Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And I'm like, hey, my friend, that thing I gave you to do, what is the outcome? I was going to call you. No outcome at all. No headway. I couldn't get it. Why do you think that happened? Do you think he spent 7 days trying to get a clue? No. He was setting me up for failure. He wants to give me the no clue response when it will be too late to act, isn't it? Because he knows that if it comes on Wednesday, I will say, go to this AI website, click this, search with this term, the AI tool will drop you a script. Or go to this website and index with this and that and come up with 5 different options. Let's review it tomorrow. I will do that normally. And I'll be like, oh shit, what? He's still pushing this. I have to do it, right? Isn't it? Yes. But he doesn't want to do it. Typical Nigerian worker is lazy by nature. He doesn't want to do it. And because he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to come back on time to say, I couldn't do it, so I don't get the solution. He leaves it to the last minute. Okay. Does it come for you up or come for you down? When your matter is brought on the menu, what would it sound like? Eh? What do you call his name again? Don't even go there. But it's still we have wires. Don't think that you'll be fired because you are not lazy. Don't think you'll be fired because you don't know what you are doing, because you don't want to work, because you're not committed, you don't know you are. Every bad employee has a purpose in your business. That's why you are treated. When that purpose is used up, they are gone. It's true. I've employed at least 300 to 400 people personally, one by myself, made sure to hire them. Even before I started my own company, I've been hiring at a very senior level. We do performance appraisal and we still keep you. You have a purpose. Now you don't know the purpose. You are paying all the KPI though, but we are still keeping you. Your salary is still coming. So you say, oh, they've been paying me 50,000 for almost 11 years. I think there's a reason. People have come that salary is 300. your 50K constant, isn't it? People are raising from that 50K, your 50K constant, and they don't fire you. There's a reason. Now we know the reason.
Another thing I want to ask, sorry. In a case where you keep like I don't want to put the superior in the shadow, but you are like trying to cover most times. But this same superior who you know isn't really
Yes.
What happens if
That
that?
link to the user of the post, so the Zoom chats, to the Instagram chats, and also to the two Instagram chats, and also so that people can then watch you. Yes, please.
So I was saying, in a case where you keep
Covering. Yes, yes.
so what happens?
It doesn't end.
You keep covering.
Yes. You cover until the day the boss is now being promoted because you have made that boss shine. The boss now says it's only you that can replace him or her.
And then
It's either you or nobody. The position will that be kept closed, no more fake, or Mr. A must enter there. You know why? You know why? You have earned loyalty, trust, and so let me get to that last bit I was talking about. Many of you finished school. Okay, I finished school 1 year ago. Answer. 1 year ago. 2 years ago. Diploma in Internship or ONU. 2 years ago. 3 years ago. 4 years ago. 1 year ago. Yeah. 5 years ago. 6 years ago. 7 years ago. 8 years ago. 9 years ago. More than 10 years ago. Ah. Thank you very much. I'm not disappointed. You know why? The FM industry globally is an aging industry. Nigeria has the youngest FM. We are average 30-something to 40. Elsewhere in the world, they are average 52 to 54. And the reason is that people find themselves in FM mostly by mistake. Sometimes at the factor of sympathy. You're working in the bank, your sales were very poor. And they've done all the numbers, it was exactly that remaining. Or you're working in oil and gas industry, and 1 or 2 crises here and there, you were not able to get promoted. Your performance has been very low. Then go FM. Then just go and hide there. Or they catch you doing 1 or 2 funny things. You like money. In fact, you can even bribe your way to go to FM. Isn't it? So accidental FM professionals, they start their career somewhere else, either meet misfortune or some fortune of different sorts, and find themselves in FM. That's the main reason why FM is an aging population. We don't have recently, and some of it is part of the efforts we have been pushing to get people coming out of the university and saying, I want to be a facility manager. So we train NYSC couples. And in 3 years, post NYSC, they are earning more than the people who come from their discipline in their industry are earning times 10, times 5. I'm not joking. I know how many of our graduates from NYSC that I can't call up today for 2 years later. I can't. Okay, so that's the thing. But the point I'm going, many of us come out of school with school as an end. It was just last week I was finished the program. I was going and some of the ladies that were around. Oh, we're going down to let me drop you off. What are you doing? I'm in school. I'm about to enter school. I'm in school. I'm about to enter school. What do you want to be? What do you want to do? Everybody was, I don't know. When I finish school, I'll find a job. That is the lamest mindset, the most stopping mindset I feel at that position today. school is a goal. Once I get in, then the next goal is to what? Finish. And then when I now finish, and then I'll now start, okay, I'm looking for what? We have ruined our population, our workforce, because of that mindset. People no longer picked up skills that we through school. And people come out of school and I don't think. You know, if I have a plumber who comes to this training and qualifies as an FM, I will employ him faster than somebody who read economics. You know why? He was not idle. And he picked up a skill that was actually paying his bills. This is only an elevation. What happens to many people when they finally get a job? Oh, thank God I'm at the job. They settle in. Listen, you know, I'm going beyond school as a goal, finishing school as an achievement, which are not. So I'm valuing the job, thank God. The moment you are satisfied with your first job, you are lost in life. You're lost in life, you're not going anywhere. Somebody will come to church and start giving testimony of how they almost fired him. I know for God. It's so useless that you are afraid of being fired. Are we together? Are you listening to me at all? So value that you need divine intervention, but allow efforts to stay on the job. I don't get it. I resigned twice in my career. I really worked for 2 organizations and I resigned from both. I resigned. I walked away. Why did I leave my first job? My first job, I started finding circumstances that were hurting my principles. Pick one. The boss says, go and scope a building for painting. And I go there and say, this building is too clean. Why are you trying to paint it? He said, we're not testing you. The FM was there before. You took 7 million to paint it. We thought you'll be interested in the money. They're testing me. I don't understand. Why would you test me? I want to have he was a good boss. He wasn't like it. Did I carry myself well? Yes. I did. But you want the building painted. You want the building painted. But I be trusted beyond the person that was there before. Yeah, I proved that was. I proved that was. On another occasion, when we do a massive renovation, and then I did all the scoping and the bill of quality, and he says it became about 30-something million, about 38 million to do that renovation. And then the budget is 20 million. Okay, nice budget, but I have to leave the old ceiling or leave the old windows if we're going to find a way to bring it down to 20 million. And then the message that came back was, no, you have to do all of the work, but bring it down to. I said, you're going to be a carrot situation because it means I'll have to get very low grades of all of those materials. And I won't be able to put my name as a project manager of such a project. So I go home and I think about it, and I said, I think I should leave. I left the company, I left the organization. As soon as the resignation landed, the customer I was serving was so infuriated. They couldn't believe that somebody with his right sense of mind would accept my resignation. They bought his own ticket, flew to the US, to the organization headquarters, to go and protest. They should fish out who accepted my resignation in West Africa. That was how tough that organization was. Yeah. About what you are doing. Confident about what you are doing. So let me talk about how you can be confident. Learn. You learn. Or learn. You can never be satisfied. No. Some of the things you know today must be unlearned. Some of the things you don't know today, you must learn and relearn them. So I see people who say things like, our company don't send us to training. I look at you and say, I weep. I have been in front of a multinational head of an FN group that they had like 120 staff in that FN department. I'm pitching, I'm a trainer, right? So I'm pitching training, breaking down all the courses and modules to cover. They say, oh, come on. Do you think we are running a school here? They don't have proof to the company that they know what they are doing. That's how we employ them. The more they decide that they don't know what they are doing again, what do we do to them? Don't start pitching it or training to me. There are people who run organizations with that mindset. And then there are those that are like, this guy is already performing okay, doing well. If I go and train him now I acquire certificate and skill with my money, he will what? Everybody answer back and say, if you don't train him, he will be inefficient, he will be this, he will be losing money, isn't it? That agreement is valid. But does it change anything? I've seen people who have worked in organization. I was doing an interview in Ibadan just earlier this year, around March, April. And people came in, I've been in supervision for 15 years, for 17 years. So you believe that people were earning take home. I mean, even if life is free in Ibadan. Even if you get free house, how would you be saying 35 take home and be on the job for 13 years? What is wrong? No, I'm not. So I find about 4 current holders inside the list. No, I'm not joking. The 5 current holders, the highest amount was 71,000. Oh yes. If they have I think go downstairs to check the parking lot. Now, good. Let me get to the bottom. Oh, they have other things, but that's where the problem was. So they come in the signing and do 1 or 2 things and they go. And what are the kind of complaints they were giving me? If I want to do work, we not approve. We want to do work. We just send quotes, they not approve. So they're not approving your quotes. I don't know what was going on. Every time a quote came up, it was robbery as far as whoever is looking at it. They come again, they broke something to come and get paid. So the culture went from top to bottom of they are all thieves. They to know that we are all can be happy. And carrying ID card up and down. We are working for a conglomerate. They know they are all thieves. The bosses know they are also what? Thieves. So the bosses have tied the knots in every point. So that only the trickles that will allow life to go on barely. So nothing happens. Customer is crying and screaming, and the bosses are saying, be patient. We all need to deal with our internal situation. So we can get the right person who can do your. So the reason is really because of that culture. What people are doing 13 to 15 years, any very little. So when they told me, oh, we are giving us an advice on how we're going to re-strategize and how we're going to restructure, I came back and said, out of 18 people that I saw, only one person is useful. 17 has to be asked to go. I was even wrong. The one person that was used to say only one job. You were there for all these years. Today I want to change things around. You don't want the job again. Exactly. So let me tell you. So I'm giving you the learn, right? And the learning, don't let it just be any by watching YouTube and writing down things from online and learning how to do better. And a valuable certificate or certification or diploma. Use my rule of 5. Every 5 years, something significant must add to your pedigree. A certificate, a certification, a diploma, or a degree. Every 5 years. You can only do this over a 20-year career, isn't it? Which means you have a chance as a minimum to earn significant certification, certificate, diplomas, or degrees in your short career. If you already wasted 10, you can still catch up. Within the remaining 15 or 20 years, you can do all 4 in 5 years. Because by now you have put some, you need to bring it up. And instead of going to pay deposit on land in there, you need to develop your mind. Many young people get it wrong from the beginning. A young man or young woman starting or buying a car in the first 2 years of starting a job, they will take a loan, buy the car, service the car. You can't wake up. You can't wake up. Any capacity is not being built. Every time I hear training is expensive, a training that guarantees you a job and guarantees you progress is expensive. What I just tell myself is, this one has taken its place down there to remain there. And there are some that have been watching since 2015, or this is 2023. I'm watching them. They will come every year. They will attend all my free training. They will tell me how they have been trying. I talked to one last week. I said, how much you will out. This try will continue the way you are going. You will try and try and try, and one day you don't realize you are 50 years old. What have you done? Struggle through it. So I give you a little bit of a scenario. If you are earning 100,000 today, how much is your annual salary? If that money increased to 150, how much is your annual salary? 1.8, isn't it? And if both of you were at the same place, 100K today, and one person moves to 150 today, in 5 years' time, how much more would they have earned over you? 605, 3 million. So when you're asked to do a training for 450K, that will move you from 100 to 150, and you say it's expensive, you know exactly what you are putting on the table. 3 million that you could have earned in 5 years. Investing in your training is the best investment you can make. Again, many of us get it wrong. Let us go for very cheap, unrecognized, unimportant training, so I can be piling up certificates. When people apply to me, you will see the long list of certificates. I'll just be reading. What institute is this again? This one, I've not heard about the name where they get certificate from. It's me in the FM industry. I cannot recognize 5 institutions that give you certificate. Those certificates are useless. There's a high likelihood that all the other employers like me will also recognize them. So that's the first thing. Make sure you get certificates from where people who gained it are now using it to do well. Many people are getting certificates where you don't know who has gotten it before. Because somebody just told you, it's well, now just add and join. When you feel like add to and join again, then add that one, you will see I can become plenty. So that's number one. Make sure that people who are earning, you know, find somebody whether on LinkedIn or face to face, to find somebody who don't earn and before you say, oh, it's actually helping this person. That's one. Two, find training in areas that are in high demand. If I ask a woman where you want to train, they say, fashion, hairdressing. That one has been fished. If you ask a guy, I want to learn IT, I want to learn this room, but the crowd in there is huge. Those are major competitors. That's why you don't see men here. They are busy doing how to make a trainer. That's why they're not here. The few who are come and taking the FMD command, they've all moved. Why the others are still doing fashion design? There was a day I told my wife, I said, look, all this machine all over this house, we are able to do fashion design. We are going to find them auction in one day. Think about it. You spend so many hours doing one dress. And somebody will come and negotiate for the dress of 20 people. I'm like, okay, so divide all the hours. How much is per hour now? 1.5. Okay, yes. So that is what's the value? So it's fair to reduce it. So my point is, look for professions that are in demand. And that was the first thing I pointed out to you this morning. Facility management is in high demand. Will absorb everybody that comes in. All those who are already in facility management right now, if they learn some of the principles we teach, I've dropped a few snippets here and there today. There are classes where we dive into this. So this you heard to us, like, hey, that can be right, that can be right. We will take 2 hours to break it down for you. The built environment is going to always remain relevant as an employer of labor. Facility managers are the crown of that environment. We own the built environment. We manage the built environment. So with all those arrogance of engineering and construction and whatever, learn facility management. You know why? Because at the end of the day, all of you were friends. When you finish building everything, will you become jobless? We will train you to become managers of what you are building, isn't it? Just like what is happening. People are trying to transition from construction to facility management without learning facility management. And that's where the mess is happening today. They are building very poorly built buildings and having people who build those poorly built buildings to be one managing it. What are you going to have? At the end of the day, doubling and quadrupling of all the errors that carried on from the beginning. Okay? So professions that have demand. Okay? And let me just add, while I'm selling facility management to you, you must take it with the icing, and the icing is technology. Are we together? The icing is technology. We were doing facility management before with logbooks and work order paper. We moved to spreadsheets, check sheets, inspection logs to remind us. We moved to software that we program what needs to be done and the prompt us to act. We've moved to smart buildings that behave smart by itself and reminds you of things that need to be done and does some things on its own. Okay? That evolution, you must follow it. Don't stay behind. So that's how to equip yourself and invest in yourself. Do it early. Do it early. Somebody came to me and said, oh, I can't pay my training balance because I'm paying my son's school fees. I said, you're doing it. Who pays your son's school fees? You. And you want to keep yourself down from any more because you want to use the seed you have to do what? Pay your son's school fees. As we speak, it's not about money. And I keep my kids at home for a year or two. You know why? If I want to go from 100 to 150 per month, which means next year I'll earn 600 more, isn't it? I want to move that 600K to my children's school fee, right? Should I this year, not take the training, and next year still struggle and not be able to raise 600K for my children's school fees. You know, it sounds a bit counterintuitive, right? So how can you just say children's school fees? Some people put their children in schools that they can't afford. They are borrowing and living from hand to mouth. They can't even help themselves. And what it takes to move on. You are trying to organize yourself in society for what? Based on what? Let me give you a quick tip. So I sent my son to university. That's it. Prestigious, isn't it? He didn't feel it. One semester, okay. Second semester, I just fumbled everything. I said, Dad, you know what? I'm going home. I want to go and do computer science. Better for me. I want to go explain those millions. Now he has been admitted into a program, straight from the house. When he had done about 4 months of study before he got the admission. He going to study for 11 months, and he's going to be guaranteed $5,000 per month after 11 months. You see, that university I put him. If you have paid university, let's say fast forward sharp, you don't think I'm within this year now. Maybe you will look to start, because they are VIP schools, you will look to start with some of those, like how much? Like 50, yeah? Fantastic. When we say, okay, so even start with IT, then we can improve you, right? Then you see the friend down for money again. Go abroad for master. Go another master. You don't be spending forever. I tell my children not to expect anything from me. I don't look forward to a birthday and be panicking. I don't look forward to Christmas and be panicking. I don't look forward to anything. If I say I don't have money for the school fees this year, with a smile, move on to other things. You're not going to school this year. And nothing will happen. Because in my career, growing up from primary, nursery, primary, and secondary, I was at home for at least 4 years out of those 18 years. At different times. It didn't affect where I became. So don't overreach yourself over what you must spend money on. There was a young man that I gave a job. Stop doing this small landscaping job and be helping yourself. He was really struggling. I thought much to monthly expenses. Yeah, 20K is okay. That was 2 years ago. Don't be using this small job to be helping yourself. At the end of 1 year, it's not easy to start the body salon and all that. At the end of 1 year, come before we even contract for the next year. How have your 80K a month helped? Because he needed only about 120 to set up the barbing salon there. So if you are saving 60K every month, in 3 months the salon should be earning. How is your salon business? I didn't start to. I have to put my money. No, there's a sentiment that you cannot just attack him and say, my mother has born me. You know, people say all kind of stupid things. It sounds stupid to me. I can't even express how stupid it sounds to me because I will sound stupid to everybody else. With the mom's friends, with the money that should have helped you start your salon so you can take care of your mom better. Okay. What else? And when she was ill, they had to take her to a better hospital. No more. Okay. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I'm not a sentimental kind of person. Face life the way it is. If you need to make yourself so you can help people, what do? You do that best. You do that best. If one person has to die while you are trying to make yourself better to help people, it's better so you can make more people unable to die tomorrow. Because if you see that person, you can die before that person dies and everybody else will die. Yes, sir. Yes. 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 I know. But you know what I've experienced in this program, I've had husbands come to take the program. And when the pressure becomes too much, they pay for their wife. Because it's not just about a profession, it's about life. You change the orientation. So because of that, nobody will have to come and take it. So when you see your pressure coming from, manage it. All right, that's the end of the first page. Go to the next slide.
Welcome.
Go to the next slide. Okay, no. The one before, the one before. That is. Okay, fine. Stop here. On the video we just saw, what is your typical day? We don't have from police experience. What's the typical day? Let me say this question. Do you approach based on what the day gives you, or you have things for the day before you add what they gives you? What are they?
We have a plan schedule of what to ensure that people actually consider we will have the results for the targets and what we have.
Okay. All right, so we have what we call the time management quadrants. Draw and divide it into 4. Draw a square and divide it into 4. On the y-axis, which will be up and down, right, more important up and less important down on the bottom quadrant. So up, more important, not inside the box, so box. More important is the arrow pointing up, less important is the arrow pointing down. Then on the left to right at the bottom, on the left, you have less urgent, and on the right, you have more urgent. So that's outside. So you have drawn a line on the left, and it's important, up to down. More important is up, less important is down, right? On the bottom, you've drawn another straight line, and the left end is less urgent, and the right end is more urgent. So that's the time management quadrants. Now, on the squares inside, there are 4 squares now. The top left square, what is that square saying? More important and less urgent. So right inside there, say more important and less urgent. On the top right square, what is that square saying? More important and more urgent. Super. Right inside that square. On the bottom left, what does it say? Fantastic, right there. On the right square, bottom right. So look at this first square very well. This first square very well. Tell me, okay, number them 1, 2, 3, 4. Top right, top left is 1. Top right is 2. Bottom left is 3. And bottom right is 4. Those are the 4 quadrants. So tell me which one you should have more work on. Two is what? Fail, all of you fail. All of you fail. I need to take my class as special movement. You bring all my records. Class assignment. My question is, in all of these quadrants, where should you be most active? Where should you have more work going? What is for? Okay, let's calm down. Let's go one by one. Who is going now? Raise your hand. Hold on. Okay, look at the quadrant. Quadrant 1 is more important and less urgent. Quadrant 2 is more. Quadrant 3 is less. Quadrant is less important, more urgent, right? And I'm not asking you, where should you spend most of your time? Quadrant 4 is what? Okay, calm down. If I give you the answer, will you accept it? I'll defend myself. More important, less urgent. Never ever put yourself in a situation where you are doing urgent to require stuff. Never. Never put yourself in a situation where you are in a position where you are always required to do very urgent stuff. Every urgent stuff you need to do is a failure of the past. Should I repeat that? Every time you see yourself in a tight deadline, is an evidence of your past failures. So more important, more urgent is a failing quadrant. What we call the more important, less urgent quadrant is the proactive quadrant. The more important, less urgent quadrant is the proactive quadrant. That's quadrant what? And what does that mean? It means that, 1, you create a plan. You don't do things because somebody says, come and do for me. I have a problem. You are not reacting. You have a plan, right? That's number 1. How to be on that quadrant. So everything you need to do tomorrow, this week, next week, the whole month, next month, the whole year, you have planned them out. Is that easy? Is that easy? Yes, but we'll show you how to make it easy. Because everything you don't plan, we plan you. When you hear things don't happen to me, we make things happen, right? Yes, that's a bit shallow compared to what I'm describing. Failing to plan means you have been planned. Because you didn't plan, right? It's not in all situations you plan to fail, because some other forces around you will not fail. For example, I can't fail. If I employ you, I can't fail. So if you like, don't plan, I will plan you. So you start telling me about how your mother is sick. The understanding is now relative, right? How I appreciate how to listen to your mother is sick will depend on how you have behaved in the past, isn't it? If you've been nonchalant and play with your job, your mother is sick, I say, please call the doctor. Your own work is here, not in your mother's bedside. That's the truth. Unless you are tired of the job and you want to go now. Or go and be a nurse or something. Just go and nurse your mom. And because it may sound, oh, this boss is insensitive, but you create sensitivity by being proactive, isn't it? You create a plan, So that you don't have an excuse, isn't it? What's the plan, guys? Can you have a plan in your head? No. A plan must be written down. A plan is an answer to a series of questions. Why am I doing this? Every shower, not all those shower. Okay. So we put a booster pump on. It was not doing. One day, the pipe that is going up to the tank decided to point the water into my dining window. Full pressure, flooded my living room. Not really look for pressure. Now there is pressure. Enjoy it. So what do? Quickly isolate the bag, and good enough, even the last child in the house knows where to put off that platform and isolate the bag. I didn't have to get up from where I was watching TV. But they did that. What's the next thing? The plumber has been called, but we have water in certain containers to carry us until the plumber arrives. That's what I'm talking about. We're not stranded. We're not going to say, oh, you can't bathe or you can't cook because I don't even know what I'm saying. Oh, okay, so if the first of all, we're going to fund it. When we want it, they will flood. Because you want to fetch one bucket, isn't it? Then we want it for you now. Now, why should you not have any activity in important and urgent? And how can you prevent yourself from having activities there? People are out there sound very, very positive, isn't it? Like, I should be doing things there, isn't it? But I'm telling you, zero it down as much as possible. Why? How can you achieve this? Urgent and important look like an alluring proposition to have a lot of activity. I'm teaching you to kill that quadrant by having as little to zero activities in that quadrant. Why should you do what I'm asking you to do, and how can you achieve it? You know, when I want to ask you two questions, you need to differentiate between the two. Instead of asking you one question first, and they ask you the next question as two questions, you say differentiate the difference between A and B. What does it tell you? Define A, define B, I mean? And that's why I give you why I give you half. Yes, sir. Please don't let me help you.
Okay, the way of managing is by ensuring that I do not have any projects or any tax any tax being assigned or not assigned. All this work at the different tax and then before you go to by then,
super. That's a good one. Getting it done now. Have you heard of what we call student syndrome? Student syndrome. 11 to 9 minutes approach. Now, this is this kind of something I work with. When the exam season arrives, you will see people standing on that street light like this. Because there's no light in the hostel or study places now, they'll go and stand on that street light to read. Because they have exam tomorrow morning. The same people will sit under all the trees all semester. You see them in pairs on all the trees, just listening and chatting and doing selfie the whole semester. But during the exam time, 1 a.m., they are on that street light. Trying to read so I can pass tomorrow. Throughout my schooling days, I never read the exam. As a deliberate decision, I never read the exam. In fact, my notebooks are always stolen, like 2 days to exam. Because I'm not holding on to them, I don't even need them. Because the way you practice every day in the semester should prepare you for the exam, not the day before the exam. So what do? I listen to the lecturers, I read the textbooks, I don't copy their notes, I make my own notes. By making my own notes in my own understanding, I imbibe what I've been taught. And a week after I've been taught, I gather some of my friends to teach them. You guys don't know the power of this fellow. I said I teach them. They will pay sometimes. Yes, I could pay. And while I'm teaching them, I'll be like, look what is here now. I'm even learning. So during exam time, you will never forget. You know the good thing about this? I never have to remember the exact words that you are using. I don't need to remember the exact words. Because I understand the principles. That's how FM is. Procrastination destroys your credibility completely. You see that task you think that it normally takes 2 hours to get ready, right? And you now leave it to the last 2 hours to deadline. You will never get it right. If you do, it's like the cost or expense or something else more important. The task that you do next week, get your task done today. You know that after you've gotten it done today, you need to submit it you do next week, isn't it? 2 days to it, don't look into it again. You'll be shocked how much improvement you want to make on that same thing you've done. Isn't it? Yes. Imagine if you had done it just at the nick of time. That's how many people say they do things at the last minute and it does not come out well. So no matter how important it is, try your best to get it done well in advance. Okay. The other point that helps you in managing your being proactive is the power of delegation. Many of us are of the mindset that if you want to do it well, do it yourself. That is evil and self-destructive. If you want to do it well, direct it well. Delegate it what? Well. How do you delegate? Start from why. Why do we need to achieve? Right? What do we need to achieve? How do we need to get it done? Give that information to whoever you are delegating to. And let the person know the level of authority you are delegating. You know, you can delegate and say, act, which means if I lay it all out for you, don't come back to me. Finish it and show results. A friend told me about how the boss gave him an assignment. And when he submitted the assignment to the boss forwarded it to their bosses in Dubai within 10 seconds, 12 minutes. He almost shoot in his pants. Like, madam, you didn't open it. She said, I trust you. He rushed to open it again. To start with sweat running all over him to see what they had said that he was not even bothered to open. Because he has over time and credibility. If I give you an assignment, you submit it to me, and I correct it, I only do it once in your lifetime with me. Once. And that response will come with a query. If you give me 3 more that I have to review and see correction in, you are out the door. Too many intelligent people are looking for work. I have it done around me. If you have a challenge, ladies and gentlemen, don't wait until the deadline to fill out that challenge. Express it early because you are genuinely interested in learning and doing it right, isn't it? I don't see that innocent mistake holding on to your excuse or challenge for you sleep, you wake, you sleep, you wake. The job is not happening. The excuse is valid. They are holding on to that excuse. You sleep again, you wake. There's no innocence in it. There's only one word I used to describe that: sabotage. Only one word I used to describe it: sabotage. Because in your heart, you have conceived failure for me. If you've not conceived failure for me, and you really want to make sure I succeed on this thing I'm trying to achieve, you will come back immediately and say, "God, please, I need help," isn't it? And whatever help I give you, you will try and magnify it and amplify it and get something done, isn't it? But the moment you go quiet, there's no innocence. I'm sorry. And I tell you that. I know some bosses that will come for you without knowing they're coming for you. You know, you don't. I gave a query last week, today was Tuesday. I gave a query on Saturday. I told him that was the fifth time I'm giving him that query, and that was the last one. That was the fifth time. Verbal. Because we have held on to an excuse for 5 days. And the worst part, and the part that really gets to me is, I am the one that finally came to you to ask how you were doing. Come together on this. It's not as if you held it for 5 days first. When you just left with 2 days, you now came to me by yourself and said, you look like you will not work with you, I'm not getting any help you. I'm still the one that checked on you to say, how is it going? So I'm not going anywhere. I put the next slide. Okay. We'll talk about how FM is growing, isn't it? You can't make a mistake in this career. If you're a new person here, no matter what you have done in all your life so far in your profession, different jobs, you have reached your final bus stop. You can't get it wrong. This is what we're doing now. Give you a bit of something we saw a few years ago. I went to start Max-Migold. We were serving an industry that was the most technologically backward. You know that construction industry is more backward technologically than agriculture. Yeah, more backward than agriculture. Construction waste, miscalculation, excessive estimations or underestimations in construction today still account for more than 25% of construction costs. Misalignment between customer expectation and what is actually constructed is rising to almost 34-35% of the. If you ask somebody, build me A, with all the design and everything they will do, when they finally finish building you A, you'll be wondering whether it's A, B, or B, C that you are getting. And in some cases, they have a lot of justification how they translated from the A you asked for to the B, C, or the A, B they finally gave you. It's all circumstantial. You know why? There is no technology, no data to back a scientific approach to getting things done. We still have structures being built today with 2D drawings, 2 of them. And you know they're out here now. AutoCAD, not be so. That's so 1990. There's no way 2D drawing and tell you exactly where pipes are in a wall, where wirings are in the wall. Everything is linear. Even if you write the numbers, you know how they'll do, they'll put a small arrow there and say 900 mm height, floor to the level. They'll find some people there. They'll write that all over the whole place. But the actual thing on the ground might be very different from all those things they wrote down on those ones. What would it be like if you can have a digital twin? A twin, a replica of what will be built, already created in 2 dimensions for everybody to see. So I can actually run electricity from the generator into the building, light up the lights, see how bright they will be, open the windows and see how the sun ray will come in, and how much sun I can use at best inside my spaces, right? Walk people in, sit them down, dimension the whole thing in 3D, and see clearly what it will be like. Even before I even do foundation. It will save us 30% of construction costs. It will align what we finally end up with to the user expectation by more than 97–98%. Exactly what you got. Right now, the divergence is too huge, too big. So we are working on a BIM academy. It's going to be a training ground for people who can author 3D design. What we have as a challenge today is that architects have moved on with us on the need for 3-dimension BIM and the rest. Engineers are still backward. Engineers are holding us down in the industry so badly. It's choking. As I speak, I'm looking for an electrical engineer who can run cables in 3 dimensions. I found one in Abuja. I don't really come to Lagos. In fact, that one I find in Abuja, I'm still training him to see how he can understand how to use an authoring tool like Revit to run cables and do calculation of electrical loads and the rest. I have a 8-unit apartment I'm managing where they put a 150 kV generator. I asked the guy, what do you mean by 150 kV generator? One person is there, 2 people are there, the 6 are not occupied. We are only 150 kV generator for them. Right now, the collection from electricity is 360,000. Our spending the month is 1.8. Are you listening at all? Are you facing this reality?
Like what you said, that we had a whole.
Yes.
So years ago, running
Yes.
But today, all electrical,
Anything goes.
data, fiber,
Yes.
everything goes in the black.
Yes.
So maybe we need to bring down
Those conventions, right?
Yeah. So that when building maintainable buildings, when you go into the city,
You know the difference between yes. Know what is here and what is there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. This is the right forum to say it. Yes. This is the right forum to say it. But it's not been teaching FM. We can't be saying it to ourselves. If you're an engineer, please finish your current certification, join the meetings of NLT. Start teaching these things inside your meeting. Let people that are going to build the rubbish tomorrow be hearing it more from somebody. I struggle to find a space within them to speak. They invite me every now and then, but I need you who are taking up FM, right? To be outspoken advocates of what should be done right in your circle. Many people are making the good money in FM. They even forget that they should go and get their Korean license. I know many FM, any 950, 1.2 million a month. They never bother with Korean. Like Korean, who are those? How much are they giving me? Don't, because you have an opportunity to influence the change. They are earning that big money. You are being made look like a fool when your marketing facility is not functional, isn't it? And you are happy to just write down like the engineers that built it or that built rubbish. You could have influenced them. Okay? So we try to go with BIM, digital twinning, but we realize that we don't have people who can author this thing. When you can't author it, there's no way it can be done. There's no way it can be done. Every item has a position, a global position. Okay, so that if I take out the wireframes, I'll know exactly where all pipes go through, where all cables went through, where all every position is. I can scope the painting of this whole building by pushing one button. If you take out all the walls that have this finishing specification, bring them out in a spreadsheet, and I'll just add up the square meters for painting. This will now use less diesel. And that means the commission on top of diesel will also reduce. I just laugh. Keep enjoying it for now. It's a business that is alive, that you can be getting all those money to speak from, isn't it? The business is going under. Will it keep you and keep paying salary? So it's an opportunity for you to not only save your organization, save the industry, and save your own career by pushing for what's important. And what are we offering now? We are offering a zero cost, zero investment, front end, expense paid energy metering system, where all you need to do is show us that your energy bill for a month is more than 3 million. Give us your basic baseline data for the last 12 months of how you have spent on diesel and electricity. We'll give you a contract that tells you that we'll give you 10% guaranteed reduction, which means if you spend 300 million last 12 months, the next 12 months is 270 million guaranteed. In fact, if you want that 30 million check written to you right now, that's how confident we are. Because we have evidence that the most efficient organization in Nigeria right now is still losing up to 18% of the energy consumption. Still losing up to 18, the most efficient among them. Some of them are as bad as 45% wastage. Like the one I'm managing. 2 apartments, 150 kVA. So I even lose up to 100%, right? Forever, isn't it? Yeah. Yes. Now, see again, if you know your numbers, listen to me very well. I don't push for, I'm not the advocate for switch. Go for renewable, go for this, go for point supply. No. You have to know your numbers. What is it actually costing you per kilowatt hour? You know it's possible to generate yourself and it will be cheaper for you, depending on your size and capacity. That's 1. 2, know your numbers. Know exactly what each kilowatt is being used for. One person is in the office, is working late. They have to give him an assignment to do. Between 5 and 9, you are running 250 kVA gen. Of course. So for 5 hours, I run 32 liters per hour to keep that man there. Whereas I can have one battery in an inverter in one room to get that job done. So it's not about FM saying you want to save energy, therefore we must put up there that you cannot do the work. I still want to do the job, but there are ways to do it, right? How will I get to that point? I must have the number that tells me from this hour to this hour, this is what was spent, and this is how it was distributed. From this to this hour was spent, and this is how it was distributed. So at the end of the month, when we are paying your 100K salary, we're also adding your energy bill. It cost us 75,000 for your activity in this business. Are you getting what I'm saying? Because I now know what each person, how many hours you spent, how many hours, how many kilowatt hours you use, isn't it? Yes. But most FM don't want to even invest in this data. But then guess what? Go and change LED, change all the lights. Yeah, everyone. How? How do you even know that changing from incandescent or fluorescent to LED saves anything? How? Oh well, we didn't make any saving. Magnets on our neck. We spent so much money in doing improvement. We are not seeing the result in the bill. How will you see the result when you are not measuring? You can't manage what you can't measure. Don't claim anything. Yes.
From the outset, that, the participant is being involved. Even in the planning stage, because oftentimes we discover that after handing over, we hand over snacks, we hand over problems, we hand over liability, and it's not what the
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So why not from the outset? Engage.
But let me tell you this. We don't have the FM involved right now. We don't have them. Exactly. Yes. I'm here, right? I know.
What we say is that,
Yes.
for example, we are what we do now, before we form integrated
Yes. Yes.
Every professional, the beginning and the management team.
Yes.
Must be present.
I know, but let me give you the challenge we're having now. Let me tell you what challenge we're having now. Listen, guys, this is very important. So that when you are crafting your career, know where the opportunities are. First, the owner of the project wants to deliver it as cheaply as possible. Wants to cut out any other encroachers as much as possible. You know that the architects are dislodged at the head of the building. They've lost it for a few years now. Now project managers, most of them are rebranded, they will have project managers and all. So they can still hold on to that. Engineers are taking it, isn't it? That's the reality. The owners are happy to go this new conventional route, but they also want to block every encroacher. You get one company employed as mechanical, electrical, plumbing, HVAC consultants. Why? To keep that initial cost down. Now, the FM comes to make a space. I just finished one recently. And then they said, Mr. Paul, we're going to build this massive high-rise, a big complex in the whole Atlantic and blah, blah, blah. But we're not paying more than 10 billion for the entire project. I said, buzz off, I'm sorry. How can you pay the other consultants so much according to the scale of fee? You know, if you allocate 10% of the official scale of fee by normally do, right? You cannot just cap me on a small, meager amount that is less than 0.00 infinity of the project cost. Because the wisdom I'm going to bring, which comes from life cycle understanding, material degradation, years of living with the things that people who have been building and running the way have not experienced. They'll keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Me who have been experiencing it, you are going to minimize my take because you feel those guys are going to be dealing with the better people. And one, why do you think there's such complexity? The owner benefits from sign off, all of you agree to sign off quickly so that we can say we are done. No, we're done. You know, all those other things we are describing as an FM, they are bridges will cross when we get there, isn't it? So the complicity, that's the first thing. So selling it is already hard. Okay? Then two, we don't have the capacity. And FM wrote to me, and they added to the project intercom and confused. What will I do? I said, what? After all we have been together, you just got a prime opportunity to implement what we have been teaching for so long, and you're not terrified. You know, all experienced engineers, they know everything. I said, don't bother. Don't go there and ask which question. Somebody is trying to build a new room. No drainage. And they're trying to use allocation as the way to take off runoff from water. Excuse me, sir. At what season do we expect the storm water? You are doing rainy season. Yes. Anybody check what the water table will be like during rainy season? The water table is high. Why if I don't get all into? That means your percolation pipe may end up being receptors. Not so. But engineers with all their years of experience were in a room reviewing the design. And with my foolish question, I recommended the tearing of that paper. Because they're going to review there. The whole idea was a failure from the beginning. How? You know what it did? They showed me aside. In fact, the owner's rep, Mr. Paul, you know, like, this meeting has to go on, you have to finish, and just wait, let them do whatever they will talk later. 5 years down the line, they give me that ability to manage. I send them a bill for handling stormwater drain. You have to make it compliant so that it becomes manageable, isn't it? Yes. It is so dilapidated. If you're wondering, is it not 5? It's not like 60 years old building. It's now looking like 60 years old building when it was just 6-7 years ago. So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. You have to deal with that complexity, but how do you do it? Many of them don't know what the contributor are there. Many of us don't know. You know why we don't know? Because we've not been taking down the requisite data. Somebody has ACs at the 6th and 7th floor, all pasted outside, and you need crane or some man lift or whatever to get to it to service it every 3 months. They want to do the same thing elsewhere. And anything want to say, no, this is not good though, it's costing us a lot. I'm going to show us the data of how much I've been spending servicing this. Servicing cost is 5K. Crane cost is 45K for each one. That has raised servicing from 5 to 50K, isn't it? Times 20 years. I won't give you a number for 1 year. I don't give such numbers. I'll say this is the value loss we are creating. 700 AC times 45,000 times 4 times 20. When you do the numbers, I'm not even at inflation yet, but you tell me your money inflation, if you don't balloon, isn't it? The shop will make you listen to me again. I said, okay, let's review the floor plan. Let's create a little place extensions so that there'll be landing for somebody to land and fix that maintenance on every floor. Or let's create a utility shed where you have a covered area where somebody can go and open and do some servicing and you know, all of these concrete costs and reinforcement costs and all the land costs, they will cost money now. I will give you the numbers. I know how much a cubic meter of concrete costs. I know that cubic meter of concrete we're going to pay for. Down, we're going to spend 11 million now to pay 600 million in 20 years. It's easier for you to communicate that way and the owner will listen. Oh, 11,700, 11,600. Come and tell me again. What do you just say? Yes.
Okay, I don't know if it's a line of
That's listen, yeah.
this is what I have what I want to say.
Yeah.
That is talking about the university.
Yeah.
I want to study. What is speaking like what about this? You got somebody.
Yeah.
It's
Between the yeah.
but it's not that when it was thing,
Yeah.
it will not be. Yeah, you changed rights. What they want to say was they want some down. Don't.
I understand. I understand.
Oh, yeah, you know what?
But you see, I don't give you one example. Do you document the cost of the customer complaint? The cost of the downtime?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If something is down for 2 hours, don't just solve it and move on. Record it so you can have the mean time between failure and have the cost of failure. Every time 600 people have to wait 2 hours, it's not the joint failure that is the loss. It's 600 people and their HRO cost per hour can be 2 hours for down. So as you are sending your report in, you are saying we lost so much in joint maintenance cost and so much in productivity cost. If things are not thinking deep enough, that's our problem. That's what we're trying to do. We are doing a change of mindset so that when you approach data acquisition and analysis, we change altogether. I tell somebody you have a chain of buildings across the country. I say, look, let's install a system to monitor the water use across locations. I was like, why do I have to do that? So you can know how many liters you're actually consuming, because every liter has a kilowatt cost. for production, isn't it? They have a kilogram cost for chemicals, isn't it? You want to know that, don't you? Okay. Very shallow. I can't even relate anymore because I'm not confused by not being able to unite. No. With me. I know I'm going to confuse me. Water down my proposal. You know what I mean? That's the thing about you, but I don't think so. But that's how our business are losing money. And that's how we are losing out on our career. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Technology. Yeah. New technology. And all analysis that we need to have. So maybe we go down and start going back to the growth and not relate and use them well. We cannot be doing both. Of course, I agree. You know what I'm even teaching now? Tally. You know what tally is? Complaint came 9 o'clock. Put your 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. First complaint that came. From which area? Block A. About what? Water. Right? Don't be tallying so that you know how water problem behaves during the week. Tallying are just chalkboard. I get what I'm saying. Basic things. You can gather data from even based approaches. I teach tally, I teach frequencies. You understand? So that you want to focus on some things to solve big problems, right? Use Pareto, look at the frequencies and say, okay, if I deal with this, one action takes care of 30% of my problem, right? If you don't have the data, you end up solving the problem that is irrelevant. They're not causing the major concern. They are busy solving parking issue when people cannot even have light to use. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Data answers everything. Many of us have programs that run all year round. The problem of dry season and harmattan is already season problem. You know. Many of them don't know the difference because they never finally how they deal with issues at different seasons. They never had the data. Who is taking notes? We don't have a single benchmark, and be ready for this. We're going to come to you for a benchmark study. Please be ready to contribute all your rubbish data in there. Because we will need all of them. People are not recording anything. You understand? So if you ask them what's the average cleaning cost per square meter for cleaning, our cleaning contract is 800,000 a month, so, and they have 15 cleaners. You know, they can't even relate it with how many square meters, so you know how many cost per square meter. Yes. Oh yes, yes.
They do not understand the importance of the rate of living that.
That's yes. So bring down, yes. Yes.
What caused the problem was that the water spout was blocked.
Yes.
Water
Six. Yes.
And then whenever they come water,
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
The day is now. Fortunately for the public.
Yes.
The governor now has now bring
it down to yeah.
So as small as that is, in fact that is very, that's why we don't have people bring in which are the movement. So if you don't have a people money at the point of impact,
yes.
So people will
exactly. Exactly. So the advocacy for us, okay? When people like us who are looking for those jobs, pitches, it's a sales pitch. It's no longer a fundamental industry requirement, right? So it looks like people wants a job, isn't it? So I need you all to do that. Yes. I'll be getting the job, it's fine.
Let me ask one of the rubbish questions.
Exactly. And now what the new professors we now have in the network is fantastic. Okay. So that's now, but let me not deceive you. One mommy was angry with me in the last April batch that I didn't tell her that it's going to be
for that. I just made her look as if she just join, they just pass and just go. But this exam was the other thing I never in her life. You know, please don't be angry. Maybe I should have done more to impress on you that this is not a sign up and go and sleep program. It's not. If you have our certificates, anywhere you go to in the world, we will write your endorsements with full confidence. Somebody wrote from Canada and say, oh, they sent endorsement for him on his behalf. I didn't even tell him. I just responded to them. Oh, he went to our program and blah, 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 blah. The job he signed up for is not what they gave him. They gave him his boss's job. Wow. Yes. They gave him his boss's job. What did you tell them? I said, I didn't tell them. I don't tell them that. I said, I don't tell them that you have learned this and this and this. That's what I told them. That's all. See, they put me on the job that I didn't apply for. The one above me, that's what they put in. But that's the reality. You know why I can beat my chest and give such a recommendation? Because I took you through something. 300 multiple choice questions. Before we used to do the 300 questions in one stretch. But now we've broken it into three bunches of 100. That in 24 or 48 hours, you can take each batch of 100 questions. But you have to pass everything we do at 75%. At 75%. And interestingly, 75% is our distinction. So if you get below 75% in one, maybe the other one will help compensate for it, right? But you cannot get below 75% on all the assessment categories and be able to graduate. That's the truth. Let me tell you how it's broken down. When you are in the course, as the course is running, you have a series of assignments and assessments that the facilitator will throw at you. For example, when we teach you about workplace productivity and how to find and grow in an FM job, we'll get you to go and write a job description for the role that you are looking forward to, for example. That's an assignment. We get to go and write your CV. Many of us have CVs that are useless, extremely useless. In fact, 1 in 500 CVs is only useful. The remaining 499 are useless. You know why? You write all the things you've been asked to do in life. When I was in this role, I was asked to do this. These are my job description. Who wants to know that? Didn't anybody's interested in what you asked to do? Nobody's interested. If I have to bust a bubble. What we want to know is, what have you accomplished? Not what you have done. There's a difference. I did all the inspections. I did reading of meters. I did, you're even advanced compared to who said my job description is to read meters, my job description is to do inspection, right? You know that's a lower level, I say that's crap, right? If you are advanced, you would say, I did, yeah, that means you are now advanced. I don't even care more. What I want to care for is, when you were doing your inspection, what were the results? I increased assets integrity or asset availability percentage from so percent towards so percent by doing ABC. What are you doing? You are giving me a proof that you don't really know it. You are not really assigned to do it. You did it and you know the results that was expected and you delivered it. So you see why CVs are useless so far. So when we teach you how to put your CVs together, we'll give you an assignment. Go and write a proper CV. We have certain tools we'll teach you on how to structure a CV. Oh, I've been sending my CV and nobody has been calling. You can't send a CV, we'll teach you how to go out and nobody will call you. It's not possible. They will call you and you start asking, should I even go? I'll say, who called you? Say, leave those ones, I'm not here. Your assignment and assessment is 30%. Your exam is 60%. Your attendance is 10%. Your assignment and assessments is 30%. Your exam, that hard exam I'm talking about, is just 60%. Your attendance is 10%, which means you cannot sign up and start missing classes. Let me tell you something about those classes. One of the things that once we send you out the material, you can read the slides, right? And later watch the video. If you even have the time to go and watch the video and get everything. You see that experience that happens when somebody is teaching you and you're able to process, like connecting what the person is saying with a real life scenario in your life that you can change immediately. The impact is different. So we want you to be there. We want you to ask the questions that will help to reinforce what you are learning to go and act on it, right? Not to take second-hand information. So attendance is important. So it's 10, 30, 60. Now, interestingly, all that 100 is equal to 50% of the whole program, because that's part A. Part A, 60 exam after classroom, 30% assessment and assignment, 10% attendance concludes part A. That is half of your course. At this point, if you don't want to do part B, you can get a certificate of training. Yes, many earn it. They don't want to do a practical work. But we equate all of that part A into the 6 projects deliberately. Because we have too many academically minded people in our country. They have learned so much, but they have never done anything. So when you now put them on the facility and say, hey, what's the first thing you do? We know the first thing to do. We'll do assessment register, we'll do assessment, we'll do this, we'll do staff analysis. That's not the start. Will now start. So before you leave the training center, before you finish the program and end the diploma, you have actually done the 6 basic projects that, as far as they are concerned, qualifies you as a professional facility manager. So if you can do those 6 things, no matter anywhere they put you to do facility management in the world, you are bound. You are bound. You know what you are doing. So those 6 projects, each of them has different weights. Asset register, for example, is 15% of that 100%. Collision assessment is 25 of that 100%. Basic presence and business continuity, because that's a planning over a plan, right? I think it's about 30 or 25% of that 100%. Your health and safety audit is 10, your maintenance program, I think, is 20. So that's how we build that 6 project into your 100%, which is 50% of part B. Is this clear for everybody? Your hand was up. Okay, so entrepreneurs. Yes, fantastic. I like that. You know that in Nigeria today, we have 99% employees and 1% employer. It's not everybody's fault. It's the kind of educational system you pass through. If you pass through school with school as an end, you will end up looking for work. And the worst part, many people come out and say, just any job. The moment you tell me that, I don't even discuss with you again. I know that there's no basis or no way I can start helping you from. But many people have come to the program and they have opened their mind and they are able to focus and fine-tune what they really want to do in life, and they are not specific in their asking. We train you how to do that. For employers, for entrepreneurs, we have courses as part of the FM. I'm a teacher when that's the interesting part. So someone who is like an MD brought in 15 of our staff into the program. She's the MD of the owner of the company, and the 15 of our staff are also there, right? So we are teaching how to be a boss. We are teaching how to be a follower to the same way. For entrepreneurs, how to manage your teams, how to engage with contracting. There are so many contracts that are already failed before you even started. Somebody gives you a contract, because of the contract either wishy-washy and useless, or they are so tight that you cannot even survive it. And the considerations for how you would deliver were not taken into consideration. At the end of the day, there are penalties that are going to choke you. How do you understand how to navigate all of this? We teach that on the program. And then when it comes to writing proposals and pitching for jobs and doing all those entrepreneurial things that Nigerians don't know how to do. People start companies and they run companies for 10 years and you say, where is the tax plan certificate? Say, what is that? Or where is your ITF, NSITF, PENCOM certificate and all those things? Like, which template, which planet is this one coming from? So we have a standard method of running a business. We teach all of that in the program. So it's all encompassing. And the beauty of it is how to win a job is taught. How to run the team that will help you execute the job is taught. How to put the proper documentation in place is taught on the program. There's a huge variety that we cover on the program. And this is what has made many FMs who take the program create a career that looks like this. I will work in an FM company for this number of years. I'll work in a demand organization, which is the company, the FM company works for, like the banks and insurance companies and the oil and gas companies for this number of years. I will start an FM company focusing on that at this point, right? Because they have learned how the career works, how it moves, what the pros and cons of each type of position you can be in. Is in the career. So you can just make a choice and plan now where you are going. So even though you know you still have 15 years, 20 years, you know exactly what the next 15 years will be like. You are not playing to circumstance. We don't allow you to do that. Okay? And then the beauty of it all is you have lifetime mentorship. We have a talent management system that helps us scan opportunities and place people in jobs. Once we engage and know exactly where you are, when the next opportunity comes, we are the first to hear. Forget it, don't even think about it. We are the first to hear where the opportunity is. Before you send it on newspaper, we know they reached out to us first to help place it. If they can get it for free, they'll get it for free. But we get paid now for placing. Every now and then we say, okay, don't worry, we'll help you put some people. So we'll make some phone calls. You've been there for 3 years, right? Your salary is so and so. All right. And your profile is no longer news to me. I know your profile. Are you getting what I'm saying? You need to move now. Yeah. But before you move, set up the interview for your replacements. Let's get another batch from the alumni in there. And that's what we're doing right now. In the next few years, we will call the shots at least 50% of what the chance taking the FM industry. The movement of that building. Okay? So it's not, you're not wandering into some strange land where you'll be left to grow in the dark. It's not really possible. And there's something new in the industry. Once we hear it, what do? We put it back in our network. You have to be the first to get it. Okay? Question? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, massively. Actually, we have one project, available preparedness and business continuity. That's all about risk management. All about risk management. Yes. Yes. Okay, so that's a good question. I project one in the value as a group. If you have a small facility, like this entire do, for example, you can do it alone. If you are running an estate where you are not cataloging internal people's assets in their houses, they're just doing the common area assets, you can do it alone. The line items you have to deal with doesn't run into thousands. But if you are going to deal with an airport, a transport terminal like the transport terminal, a high rise in the Banana Island or in the Eco-Atlantic or anywhere else, where the moving pieces and the data set you are going to deal with is quite large. We allow you to form a group of your classmates. So we approve it. We come with the project facility. We review it and the requirements about the facility. We approve maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on the size. For example, the OSHA terminal, we approve 5 people for that project. For Palm Small, I think we had 2 or 3. So wherever we have had our FMs, training from, when the project is huge, we don't allow it to overwhelm you. Because somebody came to me once and said, you know what, I have to find a place to go and join because my own is too big. I said, no, you champion your own. You get people to work with you. Okay. Yes. I would like you to speak on internship. That's a good one. All right. So people who have not worked in FM before at all may not have the experience to pick up a job as an FM. Because let's face it, nobody really cares that you have studied the laws. They won't employ you straight away. They want to ask you what you have done before. Okay? And one of the things we try to do is marry your experience with your education. Many of us have grown our career upside down. We did both in diploma, we did in first degree, we did in second degree. But we have been receptionist, secret supervisor, and now we are assistant FM. And we want to go and do a botany PhD. I don't understand. Let me tell you, they're wasting their entire life. Because botany will not employ you. Not even if you get a PhD, they won't put you as a lecturer in botany. Because what you have been doing all your life is FM related, isn't it? The other way is the same thing. You cannot be working in another industry and be getting education in this industry. Then that disjoint is a big problem. So that's why we started the program in such a way that if you finish a 3-month program, your project has to be a live project, which can be either in the place where you are working, if you have access to the facility, because you have to have access to the facility. We encourage you to go and get to talk to the FM who is there and say, I want to help you with some things, I will learn from me, you want to gain from me. We have this win-win proposition that we advise you to go and do, so you can do the projects there and bring the results that will either make them move you to the FM or you get a job as an FM. Because once you can tell another employer, I did ABC with that organization and that facility, you are automatically employable because you have what you require, the skills and the experience from the project, right? Now, but some of us will not have that opportunity. One, we are fresh from school, no job yet. That's become our responsibility to make sure we find a suitable internship placement for you. Some of you want to change job. You don't like what you are doing, and you think this part will give you more money. You want to go for internship. You tell us, we just go through a simple process. You will start by one, identifying 3 organizations where you know somebody or what is convenient for you. You will come with those names of those organizations. I will give you a letter for each one to say, this is what you have studied. This is the things you want to come and do for them. And you go and submit that letter and follow up. If they admit you in, then you're automatically on the internship. Then we have a network of 800 companies that will prepare your profile. Please, if you are getting admitted, follow the procedure. We don't want to be looking for your picture. We don't want to be looking for your details when the chips are down. There are forms to be completed. Not the one you are doing online, you can just get on. Your onboarding documentation is a bit expensive. You fill all of those. So we'll create a profile for you, and we'll send this beautiful profile to 800 companies and say, we have beautiful, handsome people who we have trained. This is what we have trained them on. This is what they will achieve for you within 6 months. You know, when we detail out all of these projects that we're talking about to any company, they are excited. They probably have an FM earning gazillion amount and they've not done any of this for them before, right? So they're excited to get you in. But this is where you reality done. See your internship as part of your training. Don't go starting asking for money. You're embarrassed. From companies to give you an internship allowance, 50K, 30K, 100K, whatever they want to give you as an allowance. Take it with gratitude. In the past, I've suffered a lot of goodwill, loss of goodwill. Somebody has taken to a company, they employ the person, and the person stops going to work and say, the allowance they gave him is not enough, so he has stopped coming. Another one went for an interview to see if the internship is suitable, and he said if they don't give him 80K, he's not doing the internship. So the point of an internship is that you can feed yourself and transport yourself during the time of the internship. That's what it means. Are we together? That's what it means. There was one big madam that came for an internship, and I said, this person, it's not internship they are looking for. They will take you if you go and work for them. She went there, the other one to take her pay at work. So please, if you submit yourself for internship, just understand the conditions that go with it. One, you'll find 3 places. 2, be ready to cooperate to get us your profile so you can profile it to the right organization. I don't think we've struggled with anybody who wanted an internship for more than 3 months. Worst case scenario. That's the worst case scenario. That worst case scenario was like 2019 or 2018. Ever since then, it's been express. In fact, what I'm having as an issue now is somebody saying I want internship, whether it does not mean that they want internship. Because more than 80% of everybody on the program get jobs before they conclude. So by the time we even try to revisit the internship list at the end, you are no longer on that list. Because we know you've been placed. Because from the 6th or 7th day in class, any interview you go for, you must be shortlisted. You must, it's guaranteed. Unless not an FM interview. If it's drilling, oil drilling interview, you may not be shortlisted. If it's food cooking interview, you may not be shortlisted. But if it's my main interview, you must be shortlisted. Okay? All right, so before we need the second question. You have a question? Okay, keep popping the questions after every 5 minutes until we are done, yeah? Hold on, guys. Yes, undergraduate. Are we together? Undergraduate, they are welcome. Undergraduates are welcome. In fact, every time I see an undergraduate interested in the FM diploma, I see someone who is ready to leapfrog his career early enough. Attend the physical classes every Saturday. It doesn't disturb your regular schooling. For the program, somebody has to pay for it. It is an investment. If somebody is paying for your business degree, you will have to pay for this one. I don't need to. Hold on, guys. Yeah. Most degrees are useless. 9 out of 10 degrees are useless. Let me explain why. Hold on. You know, apart from when we're in school, they say professional course, right? So they'll pick out architecture, medicine, law, and accounting. Now it's not even, they used to drag it, but they are not there because when you leave a general school, your first job, you are useless in it. You have to be taught ABC. So don't even go there. So because these other ones, then they have a little bit of an inroad into practice. They have a little bit of an inroad into practice while they are in school. Like all those assignments to do when you are in law school, for example, and all of those cutting in medical school, right? In a way, are we still here? Yeah. They give a little bit of an edge into, like a clue into what the real world holds. Most other degrees don't give you a clue what you are going to meet. Let me tell you about my architecture degree. I finished architecture degree, and I went to drag job with people who learned AutoCAD on the street in Cyber Cafe. I'm not joking. I was in school and set to graduate. The guy who didn't go to school at all, who learned AutoCAD inside 200 naira an hour Cyber Cafe, was doing AutoCAD design. I want to learn from him so I can get something to survive. My degree was expired the day I graduated. And that's architecture. I think it's one of the most proud degrees, isn't it? You can start before I left school. So if somebody is paying for that for you, brother, please tell the person that, oh, sir, man, something that will put me on the foot, to tell you on my own quickly, is on ground. Let's do this, okay? So don't okay, so what number are we on the phone now? Please, what question for now? Three. Okay, guys, please take your seat now. In another 1 minute, we'll stop for. We have done 3. 1 minute, we'll pass that 1 minute. You have a question, go ahead. Now, let me explain something. Hold on, guys. This is very important information. If you are taking the FM diploma and you got any of our discounts, scholarships, special awards from me, there is no part payments in any of those categories. Any part payment is full payments. They don't mix. Are we together? They don't mix. Somebody who sent me a message once and said, Mr. Paul, please, I need this, I need that, I need that. I looked at him and said, you know what? I will give you a certain dash. I gave him an amount. Take it. Go and pay. He didn't pay until after 3 weeks. When he paid, Mr. Paul, I finally paid you. Thank you very much for what you did. I'm sorry. What I gave you expired the week I gave it to you. It's true. That means it's not taking us an emergency yet. I hope we got the principle of emergency on this one. If you don't take an emergency, it's not available. If it's an emergency, the money is what? Available. Okay? So that's how it works. And the truth is this, it's not everybody that will appreciate this immediately. If I bring people who have been through the program, some of them will tell you that it's actually the second class. That they don't want them that they have been wasting their life all along. It's true. I had a matron. I told matron, making good money. Hey, and it seems your email every time, which I have done it long ago. Because she was able to quickly link up with decisions of her last 3 years in her career. You can imagine how certain decisions can shape your career suddenly, right? And I feel like, I wish I knew this thing 3 years ago. Maybe by now, I've been a director or something bigger, isn't it? But that's exactly different. Until you are in, you don't really get that. And that's why I'm even tired of selling it. Yes.
So I personally appreciate this time to because I'm basically I'm sorry that everyone sitting down here, seeing this as an emergency. But the emergency has the great. In fact, if this thing is gone now, you will see people who will bring in your money. But if I tell them I need this to
Imagine the next one. Imagine the next Hold on. It's a communication of vision. You don't believe it. I can't believe it. Are we together? If you are communicating your vision and you don't believe it, I can't believe it. There's no way you can get money out of my pocket. When I'm looking at you, somebody was taken abroad for diabetes related complication. The whole community raised money to take him abroad 6 million. He came back and he was in the back. Because anger, I mean, because very most 35, 20K, 10K, 10K to save his life. You know his comments, something will kill a man. If you die before my 20K. So the point I'm making is If you want to try it, if you have an emergency, I will just call them. Let me tell you what's going to happen this year. This is a recession year, right? Many people will lose jobs this year. And cheaper optics will replace them. You are either going to be one of those who lose your job because you're not adding value, or you are going to be one of those who are going to replace the big guys who are earning too much. I sent somebody to go and work as a PA to an MD at IT at an internship. This thing came to me. Mr. Paul, this it's not what I want. I want to be on the field. I say, are you good thinking? You are close to the MD, where it's at the highest level. This is being made. In fact, you should be giving 20K to me every month and collecting nothing from them for being in that position. What are you telling me? Just calm down. Now you're not going to be for like 3 months, because when they finally confirm the money that you're receiving, big boss, you just left school, just graduated. You know, when you have graduated from school and it's time for NYSC, and you can just say, you know what, I'm not going to any useless voucher. How much is it going to cost? I've been in Lagos. He has earned enough money, free NYSC. Some of them are in youth service and they're earning 30K or 40K from government, and they're earning more than 2 times that amount where they're doing their service. You know why? Because they're in the right place. They know the value of what they invested on our. But the rest of us, hold on. You know that the 1% successful people in this life, they know they are successful. But the 99% unsuccessful people think they are successful. Do you know? The 99 unsuccessful people think they are successful. So don't go into this argument of no money or money. I just laugh. A guy in Ibadan today is paying just 20K because I said, look, I want to try him out. I want to see how faithful he will be with 20K a month. And he's been faithful to the call. There are those that will come and tell you, no matter what, I will do everything. In fact, there was even one that I said, you know what, you will school, I will place you on a job. Once you start earning, you will pay back. This is 3.5 years. They have not paid a dime back. So my principles are very clear, and I make sure everybody understands it. I don't say things in cliches. I say things expressly so you are understanding up front. Okay. And now that it's been laid out, I think we can move on. Is that right? Is that okay? Number 4, poll is on, but put on the slide. Let's do with the skills unit, because some of us just think that because it's FM, I need to be an engineer or technician. We've done that already, isn't it? And then we now need to see what is more important in FM. What's more important in FM is that you can communicate. I say communication is the oil that keeps the engine going. Let me tell you when you have started communicating well. Listen carefully. When none of your stakeholders have a question for you again. That's it. Yes, very active. Before they think a question or concern, you have them scheduled and you have them informed. The communications plan is a plan that identifies all your stakeholders, information they will need from you, what format and dates those information will go out, and you schedule them out. For example, you are managing an estate. Your engagement with the various estate residents, the landlords, and other vendors and stakeholders is not something that happens randomly. It's something that is scheduled. It's thought through. I should get the landlords this information at this day and that day. I have the birthday schedule of every resident. I should send a type of message on this day and that day for this and that birthday. I have maintenance program that have been scheduled I have to send information about this activity and that activity so that when the instructors are going to come, they know that they should participate in. I think I had to, let me tell you one experience I had. I had a shower in a hotel and the water stopped. So I went to take a shower, wipe my face, to go and look for the phone to call. What's going on? They know what I'm bathing. Ah, we are so sorry. We're washing the tank. But you're laughing. It's bad to watch the tank. Wrong time. Wrong time. All the time, anytime. There's no wrong time. What's the problem? But you know that we laugh now. All the problems that you have today in your operations, 95% are tied to poor communication. If I analyze every of the issue one by one, 95% of the type of poor communication is the skill that is most vigorously lacking. Vigorously lacking. Let me ask you this question. We're all here. We are doing and the gen goes wrong. All do first. We want to fix the gen, check what's wrong, or tell people you just observe a problem. I'm looking at it. I'll give you a clue today. But 8 out of 10 FM dash from gen first. Only 2 out of 10 we immediately crack the message to everybody. You must have seen the gen has gone off, that's why there's no light. But maybe there's no power from the green. We are going to check ABC. In 5 minutes, I'll give you further updates. And in 5 minutes, I'll actually bring a further update and say we are doing ABC. In 25 minutes, I'll give you further updates. And 25 minutes, I'll actually come and say, oh, we are working, know what the problem is. In 2 hours, I'll give you another update. And in 2 hours, I'll actually send another update. I will just take a pause from the work, send one more message. Take a pause from the work, send one more message. I won't get a single call.
You're right. Why I want to concur with you is when I joined the artificial instance, lights will go on, we are busy with that. Let's say when we come in, the system is not running because this way, that. Let's say, okay, I think I had a session with you sometimes 2 years back. Okay. So this things came up again. When I said, okay, what to do is that I think when you do, because what they do is that you are the boss, yes. Maybe he's in charge of water, yes. Sort of, yes. We are the facility. Yes. When there's no water from his end, yes. Let's say from the kitchen, he would not talk to us, yes. He would just report straight. Yes. There's no water, so we cannot. Yes, yes, of course. Then you, because there's no water, you will go ask to just fire us straight. Immediately, what that right? So now we now said, okay, if that is how you operate, and we have learned this one, what we do is that immediately on the staff call, yes, we just send it. Yes. By the time you will complain to the boss, yeah, because that is the point that will say we are working on it. No question. All your problems are tied to poor communication. So that skill, if you perfect it, you've already gotten 95% FM done. From proactively planning your communication to responding to issues in the communication more than anything else. Okay. You are still doing your quiz, though. You keep monitoring the poll at the back end, yeah? Keep monitoring it, but keep my slide up. Let me talk about attention to detail. How many of us have this skill on our CV? I have attention to detail. And we're all lying. Lying. Oh, yeah, we lie about a little detail there. You know, when there is the slightest tendency to deviation, and you can pick it up and attend to it, you have a wide deviation. What deviation is with a slight deviation at the beginning,
over time, what you're going to get is what? A massive deviation, isn't it? Most people, by nature, are Nigerian employees by, I don't know what curse that is. We are so overwhelmed or oppressed by the broken glass syndrome. I explain what that means. That when things are very small, we say it is small. We just need it. In fact, sometimes I will see myself in an argument over making sure something doesn't go bad. And somebody will be arguing about not wasting the effort to prevent it from going really bad.
From what we tell you, we do something about what we mismanage it like that.
I'm going to go into okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I think well, many of us know the line tells you about one. We are very what points required. What points required? We need like sharp. I think which floor we have what we call the final floor plan. As small as that is. And because over the years, new policy that at this stage, whether it was worn out, whether it was even the defense or anything, when the fire started, it was as small as
yeah.
So when we look at the damage the whole building as big as 90 million, and you look at the little things
that cost it.
As small as that.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
But you see, somebody was like you, probably picks it up. Or they'll say, it's not a serious problem, leave it first. Let me tell you what you should do as a reference. Professional is called a deferred maintenance law. It's a deferred maintenance law. That's the difference between a professional FM and any other FM. That is a document where you catalog every defect. So the smallest item is captured. The priority is set. The ranking of that defect is set. The specification of work to fix it is identified. The cost to fix it is identified. And you do that every day. If the list gets longer, what's the condition of the facility? You get better at getting worse. If the list gets shorter, it's fantastic. So if I come to your facility and let's say you don't even have the department now, you don't have the list. Even if your building looks a bit okay that you're managing it, will you be a professional facility manager? No. Because you don't have a grip on the condition. You don't know. If I brought out $1 million today and say, let's put $1 million into this building, let's see what impact we're going to make. What will you do first? Most of you will start painting. I'm serious. I've been there. I spent $500 million before casting a new car park because we didn't have the deferred maintenance law. For real. They're building a new car park because budget year is going to end. If you don't use the budget, there is no renewal of the budget. The budget will reduce by $500 million for a large organization. What can we do with $500 million immediately? Oh, the car park is too rough. We dug up and removed 9 inches of reinforced concrete. Yes. Very casting. The same building, the same complex that had toilets that have been cordoned off, not in use, defective. In the same place where you have tables, where we take over sockets and say, don't touch, electric shock. But you don't know those priorities unless you have the document with you. You can just play with that spreadsheet and come up with this one's are critical. 1 million can do this. If it's 2 million, you shuffle again. And you rank more items, isn't it? You're a smart person at that point. You know that most organizations waste money because of us. Many of us don't know how much they cost the organization. But a typical FM in Nigeria helps the organization waste like 20 times the salary every year as a minimum. I'm not going to energy yet, because that's another where we waste so much. But when it comes to the daily spending on fixing things and getting value from the assets we have, we waste crazy amounts. Okay, so let's be conscious about that. And negotiations, if you don't know how to negotiate, you're not an FM. You don't know where to find resources you need, you're not an FM. You don't know what you're doing here. Okay, so let's be conscious of this. I need my slide back up. Let's be quick. I want to go into something else. Self-starter, leadership, flexibility, all of those. I want to go straight to the day in the FM, the interview with a graduate of the facility management. Yes, play that video. Can you play it? Right click first and see if you can. There should be, hold on. There should be a play icon at the bottom. Okay, let's get something. No. I'll do something about the volume. Actually, can I do something about the volume? You know how many people are in every room, for example. You may not know that it's Mr. Paul or Mr. James that are here, but he knows that we are 115 inside this space, right? You know the temperature. It can even tell, you know, how much oxygen concentration, carbon concentration, carbon dioxide concentration we have in this room. I can provide a better user experience because of that level of data. Well, we have people who can digitize and, you know, work with these technologies. It's not going to happen. So that's the next frontier for us. And then for energy efficiency, we want to have a platform where every energy consumer in your facility can be monitored from. All right. So the way you have CCTVs monitoring for security, that's how we're going to monitor for energy. That's how we want to get to. So we want to have, you know, screens that displays millions of data points. If I'm sleeping at home, and just before I close my eyes, I can log into my office and see how many loads are on when they should not be on. Somebody ate half apple, put it in the fridge, let the fridge on. That apple should spoil instead of that fridge to work the morning. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. Because does it make sense trying to preserve a half apple, you put nylon on top inside the fridge, there's no inside there. Whereas I know that the kilowatts that fridge is going to consume till morning will buy me a crate of apples. So I'd rather offend you and spoil your apple by switching off that fridge and buying you a new apple in the morning with apology with ribbon around it. You know what I'm saying? There's so much we can do to provide value, but someone has to champion it. Okay? And we hope we can, if we can find the means. I'm sure it's, like I said, everything you need to your mind to you can do. Okay? Treat it as an emergency and you will get it done. Questions? Number 7, please continue with your post. Very critical. Yes. No, the link, once you click on the Telegram link,
You are inside the poll. The question will be coming up in the poll. It's just that one link. It's not coming up. Reload it. Yes, any question you see, just answer it. Yes. Together, please. Right now, you can talk one by one, but let me finish it all. Yeah. Hold on. No. What are doing my basics? It's not listed there. Read the question, let me see. Yes, if you're not taking any of those listed there, just say none. There is no none. Read the options, let me see. And there's no order. That's a 40 question. That's a 40 question. Pass on that. Go to the next question. Okay, you have to vote. Okay, no order. So the question that is 40 has been moved on. Don't go on with the one that is on board now. Yes, I didn't have enough time to review that poll last night. I was busy doing all the stuff. Are we together? Yep.
Is there anything more technical notes? Sorry,
I mean, for goodness sake, if you use the 1.5 mm cable to run light from MFM to the DC's house to power a light bulb, that distance, even though that cable can handle a light bulb, by the time you run that light through that distance, the meter is not meter that end, you have not on
what I'm actually trying to provide is which empty that atmosphere will energy. Well, my experience of them is probably have a specific power supply, probably for the payment or something. Because they are receiving the same supply.
You guys want to learn at all, not be calm.
So this estate I'm talking about are receiving the same hours of supply of energy that's the environment is also having. So, and they are being charged higher than.
You don't understand anything. Let me explain what I'm doing. And the meters. Maximum demand means that you have a point load, right? Hold on, and listen very carefully. It means that your load is big enough to affect the infrastructure put in place by the disco. Okay? And so for them to feed you, you have to contribute to their infrastructure. Because if they take you off, their load can be, the load requirement on them will be significantly lower. Right? If they put you on, then they need to increase capital assets to feed you. So what they do is they use a metering system called maximum demand. What that means is that they factor your peak load into your billing. Listen carefully. When you use your normal one-phase, three-phase lights, residential, you are billed for the area under the curve. Now, politicians and engineers understand what I mean. Yes. So when you move from 1 hour to 2 hours, and you use 2 kilowatts in that 1 hour, is 2 kilowatts times 1 hour. That's your 2 kilowatt hours, isn't it? Yes. If in the next hour
you use 4 kilowatts. It is 4 kilowatts by 1 hour. That's 4 kilowatt hours plus 2, making 6 kilowatt hours for 2 hours. Are we together? That's how you are built normally. But if you're on ND, they will take your peak for the day, right? They'll draw a straight line through for the whole day, and they come up with a factor that will be added to your bill under the curve. That doesn't lie. So the only way you can get out of maximum demand is to turn out your residents into meeting directly with the disco. And that will mean handing over your fiscal transmission assets to them as a gift. Because once you do that, you'll not start treating your residents as individual customers. There's no longer a fee calculated for the resident. Now that's very different from the availability induced charging system that was introduced last year. That what you are describing, if you are getting 6 hours out of 24 hours, your rate is a certain amount, maybe 39. If they improve and give you more hours of availability, your rate goes up to 49. If they now increase to like 18 hours, the rate can go up to 16 hours or 50. If they now give you like 21 hours or even 23 hours, your rate can get up to 17 hours right now. Yes. Okay. Now, but the way this scam happens is when they give you this high availability in 1 month and your rate moves, they don't tell you that your rate has changed. They don't say your rate has changed. So you just see that your next bill, they use 72 naira as your rate. The worst part is that the next month, you may not even get 30% availability. And the 72 naira never goes back. Except, of course, you know what that is. To make over efficient benchmark your metering by having your own backup meter. We install meters for you. You record your data, right? So that when their rates come at the end of the month and say, oh, your bill for last month was 72 naira per, you say, oh, this is our record of our availability. You don't give us 18 hours average in that month. Our genuine rate should be that. Write one letter, back it up with data downloaded from the software we install for you, send it to them, and immediately they will credit you. You know what when I say that FMs are costing the organization more than 10 times their salaries every year, you thought I was joking. If you don't know, you don't know. You see the bill you pay, not be so.
Not is the average. Right. It's been a problem like years now. We will still be the amount because we try to be on top party meter.
Yeah.
To meter the environment.
Yeah.
In which they go to their cap directly from the vendor. Then it's the money contributed or we realize
that you pay so
that we should pay the bill. For the street can be 50%.
It's not technical, Nigeria loss. That loss is not money, it's not technical, it's Nigeria loss.
That's all party company to check what's the problem.
Let me tell you one thing I do for my estate. When all the meters are in all the various buildings, as they buy lights and their tokens, they're using, FM is not realizing, they're not collecting, they even raise tariff. You cannot even complete the quarter of money that has been spent. You know what we did? You know what we did? Wait. We now metered everybody at the panel. You know the power runs from the panel to your house. It's your meter you are using to enjoy light, isn't it? And metered the panel against your line. When the report came out after 3 weeks, an honorable man that didn't want to name on print quietly paid 17 million naira of cheating. Of cheating fees. Because what we simply did for the estate was we established that this month is bypassed by a certain amount. Right? Because it was a random month. We just advise them to use that monthly bypass amount to multiply every month they have been in the estate and send them bills. almost 80% did not contest. A few innocent ones who didn't know that they were being used by certain neighbors and other people protested, came back and forth. But almost 80% knew that they were consciously splitting power. Yes. You know, the one that's coming to the meter. This one is being metered and paid for. This one is not being paid for. And creative ways is done now. There are professionals who are doing that now for this. There will be the people from the discos and the musicians around you, and they want to come and meet you and say, even if you have money, it's not how to be wasting the money. We can show you how to save money on your life. We can move your AC and your freezer into this corner, and these other ones because you are going to be buying. They will tell you. I just stopped talking to a friend who worked in Shell those days for making that comment about how we bypass. Till now, I just felt if we don't have anything in common. Why would you? My salary then was about 850K a month. It was probably some 1.6, 1.5 a month. Why would you bypass for 5,000 naira? What kind of thinking will make you to want to evade 5,000 naira of life bill that you consume? You see where the evil in people's hearts can how far it can go. So somebody in management is looking for solution at the top, but the problem is really one by one. So when it comes to those things, we don't have to catch them. But most FM companies and estate owners, when you tell them that the meters to benchmark and create the data, it's even too expensive. That's a new problem. Until you continue, you can continue spending the money. In 1 year, what we're asking you to bring for the meeting to get this intelligence, you are wasting twice that amount, and you still don't have the confidence to defend a case to install it. For example, we have an estate now, one of the high bribe by an island. You cannot go and be punching token. Your meter is not your phone. You don't even know where your meter is. So there's nothing like you want to cheat. You don't know where the cables are. We run the cables straight from the supply to your place. Do whatever you like. Now from the store, your meter big. Your phone when you know this was big. It's your phone, just send you a login link to your meter. You just buy every time. We are checking your usage. We are looking at how it's being used. If you shut down everything and it still reads, come and hold my trouser because I know I'm in trouble. If you shut down everything in your house and shut down everything, it must go to zero. If you put on one fridge to come up, you know that this fridge is consuming 1.1 kilowatts. You will see it will run. Fridge will cool down and rest. It drops to 950 watts. You know that fridge is really one running. If you add one more AC, it will. Are you know what I'm saying? That is the level of situation we are providing them now. That even when they spend 200,000 a month, they are happy. They are happy because they know what it's being used for. You can now allow, okay, you have 3 children, one room. They want AC. The rich one I will cooperate into one room, go watch TV. Not that you will want AC and TV in 3 rooms, watching the same program. Are you know what I'm saying? Come to watch it in the parlor. I'll off 3 ACs. Isn't it? It just means because I now see it. If your security men used to enter conference room, on standalone, 5 tons, 3 of them to sleep in the night. It's not the final bill I will know. I will know right now. I won't need to go and touch the room to see whether it's cold in the morning because they can put it up early and then it will look normal. I will know based on the metering that are metered each of the points. So when you have your DB normally, your consumer panel, you will see it's labeled. You have your panel labeled. That's another mystery. The crazy thing, if something happens to this socket, and I say isolate. When you open your DB, can you tell the socket there you need to isolate just this one? So you off the old flat. Ignorant that causes you to off the old flats. I can isolate only the one that has a problem to deal with it. Everything is running. In labeling. Do you know that? You know that we actually we put out a job at one point. In 2019, we put out a job to label a panel for 60K each.
Have you joined the Telegram?
And that's 60K each. We'll come to a facility on a Sunday. It's quite a lot thing, right? We'll all put everything up. We'll look at everywhere it's feeding on one, see where it's fed into, we label it. On the next one, we do it. It will take us about 2 hours to finish one panel, right? And then we'll charge you 60K then. People will not even buy it because they were happy with the guesswork they do when they are doing maintenance. I don't understand why you don't want to label your panel. Because once you label it, your maintenance cost drops. The time you spend troubleshooting drops. Everything you want to do becomes more intelligent, isn't it? And you know your business is about to label. It's not labeled. The electrician that is guessing everything has arranged you down. If it's a way, you're in trouble. He's the only one that knows which one. Not so. In fact, you cannot even find even if it is the still your money you have to manage it because of what you have found yourself in. So that's a problem. Then beyond label it, we'll give you the app. We'll give you the app that shows the entire way the panel is. It will be labeled for you. You will see one by one what each one is consuming. So that if you don't feel comfortable spending that money on that thing, somebody had a BQ, put somebody in the BQ, he was paying huge light bill, not knowing that the person in the BQ was doing high blood bill. They didn't know. The same person was doing dry cleaning and doing high blood business. So by the time the bill choke, what's going on? Let's meter everywhere. That's why that something else your bill was coming from your bill. Contributing very little or nothing. But you won't know, you just keep paying. That's what's happening right now. We have residences in Lekki and Bia and Ikoyi that are spending 2 million, 3 million a month for light bill. Pardon? And they don't even know where the money is going to. That's the bad side. So if we're able to meter everything, what does that do for you? It brings all that data into a cloud service that is available for you on a smartphone or a laptop. So you see exactly what your money is going into. So if I ask you, you spent 200 million in a particular year across your facility, for example, you can break it down into the last one. This is what went into lights. These are so many light points we have. This is what went into cooling. These are the capacity of cooling assets we have that are on the system. You can put those analysis and make a lot of sense. Yes, please. Yeah. You don't really know that consumption. Yes. 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 You sure? Definitely. Yeah, even stand by consumes a lot. Yeah. Now, you see? Let me hear it. So you said? Be connected to where you are using NEPA. Oh, yes. How is to monitor? We don't interfere. You see all these connections you have in your building already. We just put sensors. You know what the sensors we use? They are not intrusive. They are just clamps around each one. They bring data for us. That's it. Yes, please. Yes. 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 Correlation between property management and facility management. That's the question, right? Right? Okay. Facility manager provides the service. Property manager does the transaction. Let me expatiate. Who finds the tenants? Who collects the rent? Who collects service charge? Property manager. The FM designs the service, gets paid by the property manager to deliver the service. Now, when you don't have a property manager, like in residential estates, the FM doubles as a property manager doing the job we should normally call community managers. When you manage estates, you are not professionally an FM. Community management is a different profession. Yes, we manage residential estates, not technically FM. FM is more workplace, offices, factories, hospitals, right? But when you are dealing with communities, residential communities, you're a community manager. Community management is closer to property management than FM. So when you have an FM, who is a trained qualified FM, managing common areas, which is FM, and the community, service charge, sharing, billing, communication, security management, and all that, he is doing a combination of FM and property management, which we call community management. Yeah, so that's a clear difference. In a commercial environment, a property manager in a mall will deal with all the tenants in the mall. The FM will not necessarily need to deal with them except for the area of services. Transaction issue will not be in business. Okay, but property manager handles all of that and relates to the FM on what service level has been agreed. Use the right service level and get paid your fee. Even the service charge, that does not get involved because that's transaction. The property manager does that. So that's the clear difference.
So can we now say that the property manager actually engage the facility manager?
Yes, they can, but they should be the one engaging the facility manager for commercial environments. All right, any more questions, guys? You have one more question? Yes. So you beat them. That's why I'm basics. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. We are not being foolish in giving out free. It's not something that makes us look stupid. Okay? What we try to do is to build the industry. More than half of you probably have not heard about FM before. The others have been in the industry but never had thought about the potential, the opportunities, and what it can bring, isn't it? So when we create this kind of awareness, we help the industry, we help you make a decision to become a professional. We don't design a 3-month training program and use one day to issue a certificate that replaces it. You get what I'm saying? So the FM basics from any of our free training is an awareness session, an opportunity to open your eyes to the opportunity. So you can decide to take a plunge and move in the direction that is good for you. Right? I've had employers call back and say, so somebody had a certificate of 4 hours, 26 hours training from you. Is it true? Yes, it is true. You taught the person for this number of hours, and the person has been able to learn ABC and has passed a certain quiz that show that they appreciate basics in facility management. They employed the person based on it. They did. But you see, that person became a bigger fool for not coming for the main training. Because he didn't know how to maintain growth and holding that job. He lost the job in less than 2 years. When he lost the job, he was digging himself into a deeper hole. You know, you call me and tell me some foolish things, not knowing that I've taught all my students the answer to those things. When I'm not saying that, look, you made a decision that is wrong and that and that and that, and you are paying the penalties of the wrong decision, he still digs himself in because as far as it's concerned, if I wrote on the LinkedIn profile, qualified professional facility manager and include the free certificate there. Somebody called me and said, Mr. Paul, what have you done? You are trying to shoot yourself in the face. It's not my food I'm shooting. That guy is shooting his own food. We gave him a teaser. An appetizer. And you start aggrandizing with free certificate. And I said, I expect that to be in your hand for more than 1 month before you get into the real thing. So that's how many people carry themselves as if they've arrived when they don't know anything. Yes.
Yeah.
And then some like after that, yes, that after finish.
Yes.
And we do not want to.
Yes.
That's on finish.
Don't stop and go, because you know what is done, not so good.
No.
When it's very good.
You know, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Next project.
And they do, because this is the approach and take you need to manage it. To set up something, the same way you then you have other people set up something for them.
Okay, so that's what I want to get to. First, you should end the FM diploma and become a consultant immediately. Come and help us, mate. Don't worry, I will set it up for you. I have all it takes to set up there. I'm fully qualified to help for you. To set it up and move on. Right? But you keep moving on for as long as there are projects in the pipeline. The time will come when you will see that this is where you should settle. You know why? You know why? You know why? Because you will not be having any transition anymore. Project people have transition. Some projects are almost a year. From a few months of nothing or nothing much, right? But a time will come when you will tell yourself, I need something that is really stable. And if you are really good already at this, you will start at the top. The people that have picked up FM jobs and the starting salary was 600, 700 to start with. And when they can show what they can do. When I left FM, my monthly salary was over 2 million. When I left as a paid employee. And I never went arithmetically. I never went from my 600K to 620 to 650. I never did that. It was always 100, 200K on top of my salary for the last 4 years before I left paid employment. That's because I started what value was from the onset. I hope you don't forget that point. Forget your certificates. They don't mean value. Value must be felt tangibly by your employer. Make money for your business, revenue. Save money for your business. Don't spend foolishly when you are spending company money. Obtain, acquire, and retain customers for your organization.
That's the only question. How do you make money for
It lets you.
So, the first question was, of course, I already know. You see why I see people have already graduated.
Okay. The question was, how do we make money? And then when I was teaching it earlier on, I gave the instance of a bank giving deposit targets to employees, right? Do you know that every organization you work for is selling something? Think, guys. Every organization you are working for is selling something. Do you agree? Goods or service? Something. Goods or service. Every organization is selling something. Your first job is to learn why your organization exists. In fact, the second course class you will take in the FM strategy, FM diploma, is the strategic facility planning class. That class will blow your mind. You know, many FMs are like zombies in the industry. We don't even know why we are doing anything we are doing. An FM who is working for an insurance company, who is not aware of what the insurance company is trying to sell, who are target customers, why they are trying to sell those things and how they are acquiring those target customers, or who is not aware of the competitors to your organization in the industry, you are a zombie. Oh, we are FM now, we are not involved in marketing. Who told you? The moment you express such level of ignorance, everything else you do in your career is a waste of time. Even how you buy diesel is a mistake. Because your mindset to money is different. If you don't know how hard it is to acquire a customer, you won't know how to worship, adore, and respect those customers. You won't know how to think relative to what management decisions are. You know, some FMs are actively fighting their management. Yes. Actively fighting their management. They are always in an opinion or in a position where they are on the opposite end from whatever decision is coming from management. That's because they don't understand the vision. Once you catch the vision, you know why we are in, you know who your audiences are, you know what we are selling. You become an advocate, an ambassador, an active person. They give you a site to be managing. That site has 20 units. Only 10 are occupied. And you manage it for 3 years, the other 10 are not occupied, you are useless. Absolutely useless. What were you doing for a year, 2 years, 3 years to get the other 10 units occupied so that money can start coming out? Or you're managing a complex where two floors have become vacant because of work from home and other things, and you've not made any effort to monetize or come up with a proposal to monetize those spaces. Have you been to some offices? You've been a big office, one person is there, there used to be 5 there that are no longer there. This whole place is like that, 3. The next room, there are 3 on this end, the remaining 8 on that end, they're no longer there, only 3 that are out there. The next room, you never came up with, let's consolidate everybody, right? So you can know what to do with the other spaces. You're not ready to make money yet, now that's what it means. There are a million ways to make money as an actor. I went for a bid recently. A transport company said, we're going to give you all our infrastructure to manage, and you will pay us. Oh, yes. I'm interested. I'm very interested. You will pay us. Yes. It's shocking, right? I'm excited. You know what a transport company does as infrastructure that's virtually located? Lots of spaces that can be leased out. Lot of places, you know, when people come into a transport environment, there are a lot of spaces that you can monetize with adverts. Come on, I'll make so much money if I win that bid. So much, and I'll pay them so much. And I'll give them top-notch effort for free. Because I understand what the business of the firm is about. Many people who are stuck in the thinking that FM is to collect and spend, their careers are in the rut. And we change all that in the FM department. You can't be in that category. Okay? You make money for your organization. Do you agree? Yes. All right. Yes. All right, so the last activity before any further question. Please find us on Facebook. Whether you're online or here, Max-Migold on Facebook. Just like and follow. Let's start from there. Why are you still doing the polls? You done? No, please say, that's yourself for finishing the polls. That's the last one. They went back again. Okay, click. If it's finished, if you're not moving again, it's done. All right, so let's start with Facebook. I'll take more questions once I let everybody on Facebook. Finding Max-Migold. Lives we have. I like to give, but I also like to take, and I'm not shy to ask. If that's all you can do in return for Max-Migold, please do it now. But in the long run, it's even in your own interest. You know why? When we put out opportunities, many of you came here today because we heard from only one channel, you didn't hear at all. Somebody told you, isn't it? But if you are connected to us, you will have a huge access to resources. if you're entering this industry, so I shouldn't be begging you much to get into social media. So let's start with Facebook, then LinkedIn. LinkedIn, you're going to do two things. They're going to find Max-Migold, they're going to find me, Paul Erubami. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I have one LinkedIn, my LinkedIn platform profile that is really loaded. I hope I can accommodate everybody. But go ahead. Follow Max-Migold, and then you can follow Paul Erubami. That's a good one. Yeah. So if I post, you can be tagged. Erubami, E-R-O-U-B-A-M-I. E-R-O-U-B-A-M-I. Do it now. Do it now. That's why I'm here. You have followed me already. Pardon? Done. Super. Super. Now let's go to Instagram and Twitter and do the same thing. One has done all four. LinkedIn, Max-Migold, and Paul Erubami. Paul Erubami, you will find two. Take the one I'm wearing a dark suit. Dark suit out of it. So the gray suit is full. Maybe full before you get there. E-R-O-U-B-A-M-I. Erubami. Twitter and Instagram, please, let's go there. Twitter and Instagram, yes. Yes, Twitter has Max-Migold, Instagram has Max-Migold, yes. Yes, and we have Instagram Max-Migold training. That will keep giving you information on training opportunities. Those of you that have known me for some years, I'm not entered my mentee network. We are losing a lot too. To enter my mentee network, join the diploma. Once you pass the diploma, you're automatically in my mentee network. And what that means is that you have lifetime mentorship guarantee. I'll respond to you every day, forever. I mean, when Nigerians don't understand, appreciate the value. You know, when white people see a celebrity, they will sign autograph, isn't it? Yes. And they will be fainting. Some people send me messages, you know, bringing Christmas wine and bag of rice to me. They'll be asking me questions about which you got me to do research. Go answer them. They said New Year and Christmas. But because I promised you, what do I do? I respond. But I also hold you to high level of accountability when you're in my mentorship network. You don't ask me stupid questions, I expect an answer. If the question shows that you don't use your brain, I will turn on a switch that will help you use your brain. Then you now come back again with a smarter questions, right? But I make sure I answer everybody, especially on WhatsApp. Especially, you don't expect that as you send a message to me, I'll respond immediately. No, it doesn't happen that way. Most of the time by 9 p.m., I'll answer most questions and do most interactions. Sometimes I may not be able to cover all in one day. I'll do it the next day, but I answer everybody. I don't think anybody has sent me a message I didn't get an answer in 24 hours. Okay? And if you don't know what that, if you don't know the value of that, there are professionals who make you pay for such access. I'm sure I'm going to get there soon. I'm going to get to a point where I'll now say, you know what? The access is not being valued. People are not using it enough, right? Then I'll not put a fee to it. You know, the moment I put a fee to it, people will use me more. That time, I'll work for it as well. All right, let's do the big one. Let's go to Google and find Max-Migold. I'm going to write a review on Max-Migold. You're going to tell Google and the world one or two things you have learned from today's training and give us a 5-star review. Let's do that. On Google, you'll find Max-Migold on Google. Please, for those of you on Telegram and on Facebook Live, please do the same thing. Let's get on Google and find Max-Migold and write a review. This will take about 5 minutes. I'm going to sit down.